So not wasting any time, the starters. It looks like the second heat is already underway. So that's as this first heat comes down, we'll just go through the field for that second heat. So race 2, which is the boys under 17 single sculls heat 2. Lane 1, Cromwell College is Matthew King. Lane 2, Wakatipu High School is Will Donovan. Lane 3, St Bede's College 1 is Neil Cammett. And Lane 4, Dunstan High School 1 is Jed McIntosh. Scratching in Lane 5. And Lane 6, Onslow College 1, Jamie Reardon. And Lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Brodie Flett. And in Lane 8, Ashburton College 1, Henry Wallace. So that's them through into about the first 250, that second heat. But the first heat through into the second half of the course. And still Tom Hearn looking good. Nelson College actually in Lane 4. Then back across to Mount Aspiring in Lane 1. Out then we go to Burnside in Lane 7. Those would be your leaders. So Burnside, Nelson College, Mount Aspiring, then King's High School, back inside to James Hargest. And then to Shirley boys and Otago boys who are level pegging thereabouts. So looking very like Burnside and Mount Aspiring at this stage, but there's a wee way to go and a lot can happen. And Nelson Michael Jones will have something to say about that. So back in the second race, Jed McIntosh from Dunstan High School started strongly. Just inside of him is Neil Cammett from St Bede's. Outside they go to Onslow College, St Andrews and Ashburton. As we look at this first heat coming up into the last 750. And it's Burnside and Mount Aspiring leading these gentlemen down, followed by Nelson. So first two go straight through, then the next fastest. So a strong start to this regatta from Mount Aspiring and Burnside. Then Nelson out again to King's High School, back inside to James Hargest, and then across to, it looks like, Otago boys ahead of Shirley. So Jim Curtis looking strong down here in Lane 1. He's moved ahead of Max Wallace from Burnside. Still third is being held by Nelson College. Then back to Jed Tisdall from Otago Boys. Then we would go out to James Hargest and King's High School, who are fairly even. But it's Jim Curtis from Mount Aspiring, Max Wallace from Burnside and Michael Jones from Nelson College. So Jim looking pretty relaxed as he comes down here with 250 to go. He knows he's done the work. Nice run on his boat, not overrating. Outside he would be 3 boat lengths ahead of Max from Burnside. He'd be 2 boat lengths maybe just in front of Nelson College. So for Michael and Jed from Nelson and Otago respectively, still plenty to row for here, because if they don't get through in the first 2, it's the next fastest. But this first heat will go to Jim Curtis from Mount Aspiring College. He comes down with 50 metres to go. 100 metres to go now for Max Wallace from Burnside High School. And coming the 100 metres now is Michael Jones from Nelson College. And joining them is Jed Tisdall from Otago Boys High School. So across the line now in the first race today, a comfortable win there to Jim Curtis, Mount Aspiring College. Burnside going over in second, and I'm sure Coach Christine is quite comfortable with that. And just third over the... So we head back down the course and then look at what's happening in the second heat. So Dunstan High School, Jed McIntosh well out in front. Just down the side them on lane 1 is Matthew King from Cromwell College. And on the outside lane from St Andrews is Brodie Flett. Those would be the 4 that are in front leading the pack down. But Jed McIntosh from the Dunstan High School colours. Very colourful. Back inside is Matthew from Cromwell College. And then it is St Andrews out there in lane 7. It doesn't look like Ashburton College, who are supposed to be in lane 8, have started. And Wakatipu down in lane 2 would be 4th. So Dunstan High School from Cromwell College. And then it is a toss-up at the moment between Wakatipu and St Andrews. That first race of the day going through in a time of 7:56. Let's just see what the remaining races go through in. So Jed from Dunstan High School and Matthew from Cromwell College, the two not too far away from here, have got this second heat all sewn up. They'll go through, assuming nothing happens from here, as the 2 qualifiers straight through, and then we'll have the remaining scullers battling for the fastest. And at the moment, that'll be between Will Donovan and Brodie Flett from St Andrews in this race. Back inside then, following them is Neil Cammett from St Bede's College. So third heat is on the track, and they are through, well through into the last 1,000 now. So in the third heat of the boys under 17 single sculls, lane 1 Wakatipu High School Sam McAtamaney, lane 2 Onslow College 1 Sam Cooper, in lane 3 is Timaru Boys High School 1 William Talbot, in lane 4 we have a scratching, and in lane 5 Cromwell College 2 Harrison Mills, lane 6 St Bede's College 2 Harrison Staples, lane 7 Wakatipu High School Marley King Smith, and in lane 8, Burnside High School, Emmanuel Langdon Lane. As we come back to the second heat now, and Matthew from Cromwell College, as he looks across to Jed, has just taken a lead over him by half a canvas. He'll go down and take this second heat, just finishing strongly over the top there of Jed McIntosh. Third down here will be Will Donovan from Wakatipu, and then on the outside lane it will be in lane 7 Brodie Flett from St Andrews College. So they've gone through in 7:50, so 6 seconds quicker that heat. So that gives those 2 scullers coming across the line now more of a chance of getting the 2 next fastest, as we take a look down the course to see what's happening in the third and final heat of these boys under 17 sculls. And there's a big lead sitting out there for Marley King Smith from Wakatipu High School out there in lane 7. So he's looking strong. Down in lane 3, Timaru Boys High School, William Talbot would be second. Back across to St Bede's, Harrison Staples in the mix, and just outside of him, Burnside's Emmanuel Langdon Lane would be 4th. So those are the 4 that are in the contention for these 2 fastest qualifiers and the 2 going straight through. So Wakatipu High School, Marley King Smith, a big lead. He would be 4 boat lengths in front of William Talbot from Timaru Boys High School. Harrison Staples from St Bede's is starting to draw up alongside of him, and going with him is their Emmanuel Langdon Lane from Burnside High. So those 3 starting to fight for the second position that's going to be available, because it doesn't look like anybody's going to catch Marley King Smith. Looking very comfortable with 750 to go. He's got a big lead out there. William Talbot from Timaru Boys High School is too looking strong as he takes a look across and sees Harrison Staples from St Bede's starting to gain on him. But just ahead of Harrison Staples is Emmanuel from Burnside High. So those 2 will be putting some pressure on William if they can just lift their rating a little bit when the right time comes, but they won't catch Marley. Just back inside in lane 1, Sam McAtamaney from Wakatipu High School number 3, not too far away, and back from him is Sam Cooper from Onslow. Then we go back out to Harrison Mills from Cromwell College number 2. 2:50 to go now for Marley King Smith. You can just see him going through on your screen there now in this third and final heat of the boys under 17 single sculls. Following this will be the girls under 17 Cox 4. So Marley looking very strong as he comes in with under 150 metres to go. William Talbot's pulled ahead now. Those two will go straight through to the A final as the automatic qualifiers, and then it will be a shootout for the rest of them to see who are the next two fastest. Nice finish coming down here in lane 1 from Wakatipu High School's 3, Sam McAtamany. He is now overtaking, by the look of it, Harrison Stables from St Bede's, who's just gone ahead of Emmanuel Langdon Lane from Burnside High. So Harrison's up to his rating, finishing strongly, so give himself a good chance to next fastest qualifier. As here comes Marley, he's got probably half a dozen strokes less than that to go across the line and win this third heat, which he does, in a time of 7:41. So this finish coming down here from Sam McAtamany is well timed because this is the fastest heat. Remembering that the two winners, first and second of each heat, will go through. Second going through now is William Talbot. And then if we look out and see Harrison Staples and Sam McAtamany fighting out for the next position, both of them might be in contention for the next fastest to go through the A final, depending how the official results wash up. But it is a nice strong finish there from Sam to go across in third, followed by Harrison from St Bede's, and just on the outside will be Emmanuel Langdon Lane to finish next. So that was the fastest of those three heats. And somewhere in all of that, we have our finalists for the A and B finals of the boys under 17 single sculls. On the course now into the 1,000 is the girls under 17 Cox 4. So in this first heat, they've all started. So Nelson College for girls 1, Sky Humphreys, Chloe Wallace, Alexis Phipps, Madeline Collis and Ruby Southwick as the Cox. In lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Isla Connolly White, Amelia Chambers, Laura Jensen, Ruby Leverton and Chloe Brass is the Cox. Lane 4, Columba College 1, Sarah Reynolds, Genty Minty, Bridget Sutton, Millie Scott, Isabel Davey is the Cox. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Ellen Hammond, Allegra Leonard, Tessa Thompson, Lila Patchett and Hugo Montgomery is the Cox. And in lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Phoebe Wallace, Alice Wallace, Nicole Vance, Georgie Bethel and Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the Cox. And if you look out into the course, that is the crew that is well in front. So with probably 500 metres to go, or more less than 500 metres to go, it is definitely Rangiruru Girls who are well in front of the crew from Columba College. And then across would be the girls from Nelson. So just not sure the progression here. It says fastest crews go to the final. That's all we've got. So that'll sort itself out when we get there. So they'll just sort that out on time. So Rangiruru Girls School would be 3 lengths in front of the crew from Columba College. Then back down into lane 2 is Nelson College. And then inside of them would be Ashburton Girls. They would be just bringing up the back of the field because Onslow College and lane 5 are ahead of them. So Rangiruru Girls School now coming down through, 250 to go. Nice strong row, 4 lengths in front, back to Columba College and then to Nelson. The Rangi crew looking all very together, rowing nicely. The second heat is on the field, on the course at the moment. They've just come through the 1,000. So the second heat of the girls under 17, Cox 4, into the second half of the course. Lane 3 there, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Isabel Williamson, Lucy Haller, Jessie Workman, Katie Gardner, Pippa Ford as the Cox. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Janiyah Johnson, Olivia Joseph, Alex Fisserden, Madison Gittins and Maya Greenwood as the Cox. Lane 5, Marion College 1, Tessa Jameson Timu, Imogen Lang, Faya Wayward, Meg Hansen, Maeve Montgomery McCarthy as the Cox. And in lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School 2, as we just watched Rangiruru Girls School 1 about to take out this first heat. The Rangiruru Girls School 2 crew that's in the second heat, Arabella Ackland, Abigail Reid, Caitlin Muir and Francesca Richards, with Emma Townsend the Cox. And there we go, Rangiruru Girls School 1 taking the buzzer for the first heat of the girls under 17 Cox 4. 50 metres to go now for Onslow College as they come down to take second. Just in 100 metres to go now is the Nelson crew. Further 4 boat lengths back to Onslow, and then we would go back another 7 boat lengths to the crew from Ashburton in that first heat. But the second heat coming down now with 750 to go. It's Christchurch Girls High School 1, who are 2 boats. Oh no, they're not. They're probably 4 boat lengths back from the Rangiruru Girls School 2 crew. So Rangi looking to 1-2 these 2 heats. So Rangi well out in front there in lane 6. Back inside to Girls High School 1. And then Christchurch Girls High School 2 would be third, with Marion College just inside of them. So across the line now in the first heat goes the crew from Onslow College. And here we come in front of us now. 50 metres to go is the crew from Ashburton College. So 7:27 and 79 for Rangiruru in this first heat. Across the line goes Ashburton. So looking back to the second heat, that gap that was there between Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls High School 1 has narrowed. Christchurch Girls High School putting some work in the last 250 have moved up on Rangi, who was still in front by a good 2 boat lengths. Then it would be 3 boat lengths back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and then further back we go to Marion College. Some good work going in here from this Christchurch Guild High School crew. Rangi have done all the work to be out in front, but they're now being forced to protect that lead. These two crews pulling well ahead of the remaining 2, which is Christchurch Girls High School 2 and then Marion College 1. Next race after this will be the boys under 15 double sculls, and of course a lot more importance on these races now for these crews, with the Māori Cup having a reduced field, and for the under 15 crews this will be their regatta of the year, so they'll be keen to do as best they can as they get themselves into the blocks. So plenty of instructions coming for this Christchurch Guild High School crew. I can hear Pippa Ford in the coxswain seat giving them what for as they try to chase down this gap on Rangiruru, who Emma Townsend has guided quite nicely down the course. Back to 2 boat lengths now, so it's been a good gain from Christchurch Girls High School in the last half of this race. Rangi in their tandem rigged on the stroke side. They go across the line now, and Christchurch Girls High School finishing strongly to take second. Then it's 100 metres back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and 3 boat lengths back to Marion College. 7:37 that one went through in. So 9 seconds slower than the previous race. And then you can see on your screen we've got the crews loaded for the first of what will be 2 heats for the boys under 15 double sculls. 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final. The rest will be eliminated. So big race for these under 15 crews. In lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Hunter Lewis and Logan Gardner. In lane 3, John McGlashan College 1, Glenn Erickson and Vinnie Brown. In lane 4, St Kevin's College 1, Nye Jones Horgan and Patrick Spillane. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 1, Sebastian Watson and Harry Lightfoot. In lane 6, Shirley Boys High School with Noah Rose and Ollie Eden. In lane 7, Burnside High School 1 with Roman Stevens and Cuba Matua. And then in lane 8, Onslow College 1, Hudson Tries and Trigel Paneka. So we'll just wait for those crews to get away. And they have done so. It looks like they're away. We'll just have to wait and see how they go. There you go, see on your screen. They're away nice and clean, and looks like we've got everybody starting. So lane 2, as you can see, St Andrews College, then John McGlashan, then St Kevin's have started strongly. They'll be out in front now. Just inside of them, Wakatipu High School, and a good start from Shirley Boys High, who would be just second at this very early stage. And then we go to Burnside High School and Onslow College. And you can see, as you look at that shot there on your right hand side, the crews for the second heat starting to come across into the still very flat water here at Lake Ruataniwha. Through the 250 those first doubles go, and St Kevin's have started well along with Shirley Boys High School. We'll let them sort themselves out as they come down the course. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final. The rest eliminated. So St Kevin started well, but Wakatipu have started to make some ground on them. Shirley Boys doing well as well. Outside of Shirley Boys to Burnside High School and then Onslow College. So a nice strong start from Shirley Boys. They would be alongside Wakatipu and St Kevin's. Then inside to John McGlashan and St Andrews College as they head into the second half of the course. Nearly. So Shirley Boys High and St Kevin's. John McGlashan just drawing alongside St Kevin's now, and St Andrews not too far away from it. You can see them coming up on your screen now as they go through the 1,000. So a special hello to all of you, those of you watching on the live stream that are now pretending to work but aren't really, because you're watching your favourite crews come up to the 1,000 metre mark here at Rake Ruataniwha, and you can see Shirley Boys there on the just right hand side of your screen. And St Kevin's right next to them. So these two crews starting to open a lead at this stage. 1, 2, 3 and 4 going through. So Noah Rose and Ollie Eden from Shirley Boys, Nye Jones Horgan and Patrick Spillane from St Kevin's. Those two leading crews. And St Kevin's moving through on Shirley Boys. Very little between St Andrews College and John McGlashan down in lanes 2 and 3. Wakatipu just going over there, and with John McGlashan there, and then you see St Andrews just going across now. So just on the outside then will be Burnside High School and Onslow College sticking next to each other. But as we head into the last half of the course, it's St Kevin's and Shirley Boys High. So the interest will be on where the 3rd and 4th come from, because there are 4 crews lining up, maybe 5 crews lining up for those two positions. So Shirley Boys and St Kevin's doing all the work at the moment, but then it comes a bit of a toss-up at the moment between Wakatipu, Burnside, Onslow, back inside to John McGlashan, and then St Andrews College. The second heat's underway, so we'll go through that field for you while the rest of them come through into the last 750. So race 7's on the course now, the boys under 15 double sculls heat 2, and again it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So slightly easier course for these boys because there are less crews in this race. So lane 2 is Shirley Boys High School number 2, which is Paki Polter and Tyler Ufton Tongaroa. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 2, Harry McNay and Jasper Crawford. In lane 4, Marlborough Boys High School 2, Louis Girling and Oliver Wakelin. In lane 5 is Timaru Boys High School 1, Ben Allen and Peo O'Sullivan. Lane 6, Kashmir have been scratched. Lane 7, Marlborough Boys High School 1, which is Lorenzo Muir and Logan Flight. Through the 250 heading towards Alcatraz as we come back onto the main part of the course, and we can see that Shirley Boys High School and St Kevin's have got a bit of rope tie between them. There's hardly anything moving between those two crews. If anything, it looks like St Kevin's might have upped their rating a bit. Back in 3rd now would be Wakatipu. Remember, we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. John McGlashan would be next. They'll be 4th at this stage. Onslow aren't too far away from them, but those are the 4. Shirley Boys High School, St Kevin's, Wakatipu and John McGlashan. If we stay as we are there, they'll go through, but there's still 750 metres to go, and an under 15 double sculling, that's a long way, and plenty can happen. So Timaru Boys High out strongly in the second heat as they head into the last 1,000. They're leading quite comfortably. On the inside of them is Marlborough Boys College 2. On the outside of them is Marlborough Boys College 1. As we see the first heat coming down, 250 to go. Shirley Boys and St Kevin's, they've followed each other right the way down this course. Which way will it finish? Wakatipu are 3rd. John McGlashan's just moved through on them in the last 100 metres to take 3rd position. So Wakatipu now 3rd, 4th rather, John McGlashan 3rd. Those are the 4. You're not out of it, St Andrews College, if you can get a run on and take one of those other positions. So keep going now. But it's Shirley Boys. And now there's the stroke man. It looks like Nye Jones Horgan said, rightio, we've had enough of this. We're going up, and you better come with me, Patrick. See if they can get across the Shirley Boys High crew and take a lead. They will be, but they'll both be going through, along with John McGlashan at this stage and Wakatipu. Timaru have got time to overtake that Wakatipu crew if they can lift their rating and hunt them down to secure that 4th spot. But a good big lead out here to Shirley Boys and St Kevin's. And they're giving it everything. That's Kevin's crew. A little look across there from Noah at Shirley Boys says we've probably done enough, but we'll keep rowing. These two will go through. John McGlashan definitely third. Still time for Shirley, Timaru Boys, St Andrews down here to overtake the Wakatipu crew if they're going to. Yeah, you gave it everything in St Kevin's. No, I know you're tired, but you've got to sit up. They've got over. And we'll just see what they've gone through. 7:43. John McGlashan will take third. And Wakatipu will hold off Timaru. Those will be the four that go through. And sadly, the rest of them will be eliminated. Across goes John McGlashan. So back to lane heat number 2. Lane 2. They started strongly and they're still doing very well as that Timaru Boys High School crew. They would be 5 boat lengths in front of the crew from Wakatipu High School 2. Shirley Boys High School in lane 2 holding third position from in the outside lane Marlborough Boys College 1. Sorry, Marlborough Boys College 2 in lane 4. So the 4 at the moment is Timaru Boys High School, Marlborough Boys College 2, Wakatipu 2 and Shirley Boys. They would be the 4 looking likely at this stage. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through, the rest eliminated. And nothing to worry about for Timaru Boys High School. They've just got to keep rowing strong and straight. Marlborough Boys College 1 out there in lane 7 are just moving through. I'm sure Marlborough want both their crews to qualify. They look like they're starting to move past that. Wakatipu High School 2. Shirley Boys still looking relatively comfortable down in lane 2 to take the third position. So this race will be a question between Marlborough Boys College 1 and Wakatipu for the 4th qualifying spot. So nothing too dramatic in terms of rating for Timaru Boys. They are going nice and long and strong and just easily coming down the course. What a nice way to spend their Friday afternoon rather than being on the books. So after this we'll move into the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. We've got 3 heats to come of that as this race starts to make its way down the course. Timaru Boys High School with 150 metres to go. And that's about how many metres they would be ahead of Marlborough Boys College 2 in lane 4, Louis Gerling and Oliver Wakeland. But a nice row here from Ben Allen and Peo O'Sullivan for Timaru Boys High School. Shirley Boys, Mackie and Tyler looking quite strong down there in lane 2. They will finish third at this rate, so it's still going to be between that Wakatipu and Marlborough Boys College crew. If we have a look through the field for race 8, which is going through the 500 metre mark very shortly, that is the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls heat 1. And in these races, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final, with the 2 next fastest to go through after that. Just a reminder to all crews that if you are heading out to your race or getting back in from your race, you're in lane 0. But if any other movement, you're in lane 1, please. No.
If you're rowing towards the start.
So if you're moving forward towards the start, you are in lane 1. The girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls, Lane 1, Marion College 2, Hannah Kennedy, Harriet Malia, Sophie Stewart and Sienna Eichen, with Annabelle Brown the Cox. In Lane 2, St Margaret's College 1, Coco Flood, Tilly Rokes, Bianca Skilton Woods, Jessica McDonald and Liliana Murray Orr as the Cox. In Lane 3 is Craighead Diocesan College School 2, Eden Winterburn, Ava Yellowlees, Emily Caird, Amber Wall, Mackenzie Walker as the Cox. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School 2, Cameron Bates, Lucy Clark, April Bentley, Molly Shutworth and Millie Ehrlich as the Cox. In Lane 5, Cashmere High School, Thea Moody, Gemma York, Abby Higgins, Poppy Wyndham, Meg McDonald as the Cox. In Lane 6, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Olivia Huddleston, Lily Grant, Isla Crawford, Annabelle Talbot and Lilu Kaspritz as the Cox. In Lane 7, St Hilda's Collegiate 1 is Hannah Garden, Georgia Coburn, Georgia Graham, Stella Deneen and Xanthi Payne as the Cox. And in Lane 8, Cromwell College 1, Alyssa Wilson, Tori Sargison, Amelia Dickey, Alia Cunningham and Elizabeth Ingstrom as the sun comes out brilliantly here at Lake Ruataniwha as these girls come down in their under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls. And again, another big race for these crews with Marty not taking the under 15s, and it's out there in the middle between Craighead, who are leading just over Cashmere, or very hard to tell. Then we come back inside to Wakatipu in their yellow boat. Outside in Lane 8 is Cromwell College. Back inside of them is St Hilda's. So Craighead and Cashmere fighting it out over Wakatipu. Back from Wakatipu is Craighead number 2. Then we come inside to St Margaret's, and then back in Lane 1 is Marion College 2. So 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. We've got 3 heats of this. So 1 and 2, then the next fastest, and then the next fastest 8 after that will head through to the B final. So it looks as though Cashmere just ahead now of Craighead Diocesan 1. Back inside to Wakatipu, then out to Craighead 2 and St Hilda's neck and neck. Outside of them Cromwell College. So that cloud lifting, and we've got some brilliant sunshine out there, which means for everybody down there watching here at the course, hats and sunscreen, plenty of water. Just a reminder, those crews, if you're rowing to the start, please get into Lane 1. So Cashmere, half a boat length ahead of Craighead number 1. Then Wakatipu down here in Lane 4 would be third. Good row coming through now from St Margaret's College in Lane 2. They're starting to move ahead and towards Craighead number 2. But it's still Cashmere have moved well ahead this last 100 metres. A nice piece by them. They'll be a boat length ahead of Craighead now. Craighead looking strong, but it's still Cashmere in front of Craighead by a boat length. Then back inside to Wakatipu. Then Craighead number 2. Then it's St Margaret's going alongside them. So 1 and 2 will go through. Back on the outside lane to St Hilda's and then to Cromwell College. And Marion down here in Lane 1 just struggling a wee bit this afternoon. Second heat is underway and heading down to 500. We'll let this one go through and then we'll call those crews through and see how they're getting on. Just that last under 15 double sculls heat. Timaru Boys High School winning that, along with Marlborough Boys High School second, Shirley Boys third, and Wakatipu taking the 4th position by only 0.27 of a second to go through. So that was a pretty tight race for them. But down here, Cashmere and the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls go across the line and will take a boat length win over Craighead Diocesan number 1. 2 boat lengths back to Wakatipu. So those first 2 crews will go straight through, and then it will come down to the fastest next after that lot. So Wakatipu across the line now, and then down in front of us we can see Diocesan number 2, a boat length ahead of St Margaret's. Then in the outside lane it is Cromwell, a boat length ahead of St Hilda's, still with 50 metres to go. Then we come back down here to Marion. So those girls have gone through in 7:48. As we look at the second heat of the 3 that are coming down the course. So heat number 2, race 9, girls under 15 quadruple sculls. We've got no scratching. So in lane 1, Villa Maria College 2, Michaela Martin, Harriet Wiseman, Gemma Strick, Caitlin Strick, and Vienna Scott is the Cox. In lane 2, Avonside Girls High School, Ruby Keane, Chloe Sykes, Sari Webley, Anika Johnson and Georgia Houghton. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 3, Lily Bentley, Issy Hudson, Scarlett Rose, Anika Arlett, Katie Batrick is the Cox. In lane 4, Burnside High School, Elizabeth Howe, Fern Harrison, Olivia Moriarty, Poppy Knight, Wazeda Matua the Cox. In lane 5, Marion College 1, Neela Penrose, Charlotte Peterson, Georgia Crowther, Carrie Bignall and Maeve Montgomery McCarthy is the Cox. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School, Frances Donald, Emma Small, Eva Reynolds, Kate Merriman, Emily Espin is the Cox. In lane 7, Rangiruru Girls High School, Izzy Jones, Pippa Clark, A.B. Donaldson, Brooke Cooper and Grace O'Connor is the Cox. And completing the field out there in lane 8 is Mount Aspiring College. Good to see them here. Jess Gould, Lucy Radford, Ashley Peat, Chloe Murray, Thomas Mitchell is the Cox. So through into the last half of the course, and it's looking like, as we go down and have a look and see what the glasses tell us. So Rangiruru out in lane 7. Across from them would be Marion College looking strong in lane 5. Back inside of Marion College is Burnside High School. Then we go across probably to Otago Girls High School in lane 6. That seems to be where a lot of the action is. Back to the inside lanes of Wakatipu, Avonside Girls and Villa Maria. So again, same with this one, is the first 2 will go straight through to the A final. So Rangiruru in front from Marion College. Then Burnside High School. Back to Otago Girls. Mount Aspiring just in the outside lane would probably be fairly even with. Actually coming out of lane 2 is Avonside Girls. And just inside of them Wakatipu. As the third heat will be in the dock and the gates ready to go. But Marion doing some good work here now. Marion has started to move through on Rangiruru and be leading these crews down now. So it's now Marion in front of Rangiruru, and then it comes between Burnside High School and Otago Girls in 3rd and 4th. Those are the 4 that are sticking out at this point, with Avonside Girls down in lane 2, looking as if they are trying to push through on the rest of these crews. So they come down now through the sunshine that we're now enjoying here. Marion College, a boat length ahead of Rangiruru. They would be another boat length ahead of Otago Girls High School, but on the outside of, or back inside this way, is Burnside. Burnside starting to make a move with 400 metres to go, and they're coming into this. 2 to go through straight away. So it's still Marion. Burnside moving down in lane 4, outside to Rangiruru. So Burnside have moved through on Otago Girls, and now we'll be lining up Rangi. So it is Marion ahead of Rangi, then Burnside, then back inside to Otago Girls. 250 and some change to go. So Marion's still doing a good job here. They'll be a boat length ahead, but Burnside have up their ranking. They've moved through on Rangiruru, so they're moving into that second position now. Still looking to chase down Marion. Remember, 2 go through. So the 2 Christchurch schools there, Marion and Burnside, move ahead of Otago Girls. And all 3 of those crews are now moving through the Rangiruru crew who were leading not all that long ago. So a nice strong finish here from Marion, being followed through by Burnside, who are now clearly second, back across to Rangiruru and Otago Girls, who are fighting out for that 3rd position. So with these 2 to go through, a nice piece of work from Burnside in the last 200 metres. And still good, clean, strong rowing from the Marion crew, being coxed down there by Maeve Montgomery McCarthy. And it is Zita Matu who's driving that Burnside boat down the course, but the Burnside crew are probably half a boat length over Otago, who are coming again at them. There's going to be a nice little finish here at this rate. Marion won't have to worry about it, but it is Burnside who are second at the moment by 2 boat lengths. They come into 100 metres to go now. They have got half a boat length over Otago Girls. Those would have another big canvas over Rangiruru. So here we have 50 metres to go for Marion. It's all on them. The race here, though, is for the second and automatic qualifier between Burnside and Otago. Otago have gone again. There's only half a canvas between Burnside and Otago. Burnside, you have to go again, or you're going to dip. Otago are coming at you. Marion have gone across the line. It's still Burnside. Burnside by half a canvas. They go over the line and take the second automatic qualifier from Otago Girls. Nice finish there. And then 4th goes to Rangiruru. Back down here into lane 2 will be Avonside Girls next to finish after that. And then the outside lane we go to Mount Aspiring College. Back inside to Wakatipu and then to Villa Maria. So nice finish to that heat there. That's gone through in 7:52. And the third heat is not long out of the blocks. So the third heat of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Lane 2, St Hilda's Collegiate, Lucy Burke, Meg Miller, Liv Steele, Liesl Tolson, Bonnie McGregor as the Cox. In Lane 3, Onslow College 1, Abigail Holdham, Georgie Murdy, Abby Stewart, Isla Ramsden and Cameron Peacock as the Cox. In Lane 4, Villa Maria College 1, Connie Fitzgerald, Caitlin Tier, Lexi Dixon, Molly Nahoff and Kiara Thiel as the Cox. In Lane 5, Wakatipu High School, Evie Snow, Tessa Phillips, Pippa McAtamany, Kate Woods, Charlie Manser is the Cox. In Lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Sophie Ruru Dons, Maya Barnett, Sophie Johnson, Alexa Crosby and Liv Barnett is the Cox. James Hargis College 1 is in Lane 7 with Hannah Tufai, Holly Carey, Maria Simpson, Ella Norman and Sophie Kundal is the Cox. And in Lane 8, Cromwell College 2, Bella Tomlinson, Mila Spriggs, Leilani Jones, Millie Botchell Hunter and Rebecca Thompson is the Cox. We've got no scratchings, they all start, and same as the previous two races. So we'll have 2 to go through to the A final. Then will be the next fastest 2 of the 3 heats, with the next fastest then of that lot going into the B final. Good start from Villa Maria College in Lane 4. Just outside of Villa Maria is Wakatipu. Then we'd come across to Onslow College in Lane 3. And Cromwell College in Lane 8, looking quite strong. Of course, with under 15 rowing, plenty can happen. We just saw that good finish in those previous heats. So, good strong here from Villa. They'll be a boat length in front at this stage from Wakatipu, and we'll see them come through the thousands soon. You'll see it on your live stream. So outside of Wakatipu's Rangiruru, who are fairly even with maybe James Hargis. Maybe Cromwell haven't started. Yeah, it looks like Cromwell haven't started this race, so still Villa Maria on the outside of them, but maybe moving through on them now is Wakatipu. We'll see as they come up to the 1,000 now. On the outside lane will be James Hargis in lane 7. So Wakatipu moving through on Villa Maria. Villa Maria. As you can see in that shot, there'll be a boat length, although that will shorten up as the angle comes across. James Hargis third in the very outside lane from Rangiruru. Then we come back down inside to Onslow College and St Hilda's Collegiate 2. So there's Rangiruru going across just now, just after James Hargis, so third and fourth as they go through. With 2 to go through at the moment, it would be Wakatipu and Villa looking strongest in that. But the second half of the course to go. So this is the third and final heat of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. After this, we head into the boys under 18 Coxless pairs. It's a heat. They'll all go through to the final, but they'll be on the course next. In fact, I think they've already started. So we'll come back to them shortly. But at this stage, we're watching the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls with 2 to go through. So Wakatipu and Villa still leading these crews down the course. Those are the 2 looking likely at this stage. But James Hargis out there in lane 7. Starting to put some pressure on Villa Maria. They've done a good piece of work in the last couple of 100 metres and are coming up alongside those 2 crews that have been leading all the way down. The only other contender at this stage would be Rangiruru. It's a long way back now to Onslow College and St Hilda's Collegiate. So as those crews start to come through this last part of the course, we'll just have a look and see who we've got underway in this Race number 11, which is the boys under 18 Coxless pair. In lane 3, Onslow College is Oliver Southall and Jacob Buttle. In lane 4, James Hargis College 1, Eamon Thwaites and Nick Todd. In lane 5, Otago Boys High School 1, which is Henry Kirk and Grayson Small. In lane 6, Cashmere High School 1, George Higgins and William Anderson. And in lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Tom Rutherford and Henry Farrell. So all 5 of them are on the course at this stage. St Andrews College off to a good start out there in lane 7 in the boys' pairs. Back inside to Cashmere, who are fairly close to Otago Boys High School, and those 3 crews would probably be ahead of James Hargis and Onslow College at this early stage. But if we come back to the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls, and it's still Villa and Wakatipu fighting it out as they come down. It was Wakatipu in front, but Villa have put some work in, and they've just drawn ahead probably by 3/4 of a boat length over Wakatipu. Back inside of them would be Rangiruru, have moved ahead of James Hargis. Well, they might be right next to them. It's very hard to tell with this angle. Those are still the 4 boats in contention. 2 to go through. And then we'll be looking for the next fastest to complete the A final, and then the best of the rest will make the B final. So down in lane 3, Onslow College, followed by St Hilda's in lane 2, will be competing for that B final. As we move into 250 metres to go now, and Villa are a boat length ahead of Wakatipu. You can see that there on the 250 screen. They're a boat length, well, 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Wakatipu, and then 4 boat lengths back now to would be James Hargis out there in lane 7, who are a boat length ahead of Rangiruru. So Villa looking nice and strong as they come through into 110 metres to go. They've done the work. Similarly, Wakatipu, if anything, have just upped their rating on Villa. So they might want to chew into their lead, but these 2 are now into the last 100 metres to go, and they will go through to the A final. Behind them and still coming is James Hargis and Rangi, who will be looking to go as quick as they can to see if they can get through in the fastest qualification. If we head back out and have a look at what's happening in the heat of the under 18 pairs, and it is Otago Boys out in the middle of the course who would be just chasing down the pair from St Andrews. So Tom Rutherford and Henry Farrell from St Andrews have got a nice handy lead in this over the Otago Boys, Henry Kirk and Grayson Small. Between those 2 crews is Cashmere, George Higgins and William Anderson. And then we go back inside to James Hargis 1, Eamon Thwaites and Nick Todd. And in lane 3, Onslow College, which is Oliver Southall and Jacob Butler. So they'll all go through into the final. It's just a matter of where they go through. So a little bit of splash out there. So maybe there's a bit of a breeze starting to kick up a little bit down the course. We might not be seeing it out here in front of us. So St Andrews and Otago Boys, both in variations of blue and white, drawing alongside each other to lead these through down as we see the last crews finish the girls under 15 quadruple squalls. So that last heat went through in 7:56. So just probably the slowest of the 3 heats in terms of trying to work out the next fastest one. So the fastest heat was, of course, heat 1. So the judges will confirm who has got through on the next fastest to come. As the Otago Boys in this pair, under 18 pair, now ahead of St Andrews College. Just rating higher than the St Andrews crew, the Otago Boys. Putting the work in, looking to see if they can just make sure that they stay in that middle lane. Next cruise on the course after this boys under 18 Coxless pair, and they're underway, is the girls under 18 double sculls. And there's no scratchings in that race, so we've got a full field in the girls under 18 double sculls coming down the course. So lane 1, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Kate Beaton and Lucy Taylor. In lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Charlotte Chatter and Meredith Lewis. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 1, Olivia Key and Neve Bates. In lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Anna Dudley and Rose Holden. In lane 6, Craighead Diocese School 2, which is Kate Harrison and Kate McKenzie. In lane 7, Marion College 1, Millie Blythe and Amelia Mates. And in lane 8, Burnside High School 2, Olivia Dawson and Charlotte Carey. So 8 crews on the course. And I think we might find that lane 4 will be there or thereabouts. And it is. So Dunstan High School, Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith leading this field down from Onslow College just outside of them has started strongly. And outside of them we go to Craighead Diocesan 2 at this early stage. Back inside from Dunstan, Wakatipu High School 1. And then we're looking at the outside lane, Burnside High School number 2. So in the girls under 18 double sculls, we have got 2 heats, and the progression will be 1, 2, 3, and 4 will go through to the A final. So just finishing the boys under 18 pair down here, and it is the crew from Otago Boys High School have won that quite comfortably over St Andrews College. Back to Cashmere, and then we come down to Onslow and James Hargis. So they'll be back again in the final, just in a slightly different order. Gone through in 7:08, which is a handy time for the under 18 pair. Girls under 18 double sculls, they're heading towards the 1,000, and it is the Dunstan High School highly rated pair of Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith who are leading these crews down the course. Out there is Marion College and Burnside High School in lanes 7 and 8. So Dunstan from Marion back inside to Wakatipu. Outside of Dunstan we then go to Onslow College, will be the crews in contention at this stage. Back down to St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 1 have started fairly strongly too. So looking for 4 to go through. So Dunstan, Wakatipu, Onslow College, Craighead and Marion College are the ones in contention at this stage. Long way to go though. The first of 2 heats, 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final. So into the last half of the course. Dunstan comfortable, and it is Marion who are second. From Onslow and Craighead, then back into Wakatipu, outside then to Burnside was where they are now. A boat length of difference between Dunstan and Marion at this stage. Onslow looking strong. They'll have to watch Dyson just on the outside of them, but this Wakatipu crew might sneak through on a lot of them to claim that 4th place. So the second heat's underway. Second heat of the girls under 18 double sculls will give you that field while the first heat makes its way down. Lane 2, Villa Maria College 1, Molly Graham and Lydia Fitzgerald. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Andy Shui and Ash Fleming. In lane 4, Burnside High School 1, Briar Moriarty and Emily Ryle. In lane 5, Craighead Diocesan 1, Lucy Crawford and Emma Wood. In lane 6, Wakatipu High School 2, Phoebe Kavanagh and Keely Erskine. In lane 7, Nelson College for Girls 1, which is Jessie Brown and Gemma Mead. And in lane 8, Queen's High School 1, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards. So nice bit of work gone through the last 300 metres from this Dunstan, very experienced double sculls crew of Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith. They've just put the pressure on and they've just cruised out to a 3 boat length lead. Onslow's still there though, and just inside of them, but ahead of them would be Wakatipu. Those are the 3. Then we go outside to Craighead Diocesan 2 and Marion College. So somewhere in those 5 might be the 4 that we get. St Hilda's down in lane 1, making a move through and starting to take some distance between them and Christchurch Girls High School just behind them. But there'll be no doubt about who will take this one out as they continue to head down here, which is Dunstan High School. From Wakatipu back to Onslow. 4th position is going to be interesting. Still looking like Diocesan at this stage, but Marion and St Hilda's are not out of it. So just that second heat coming down, Queens, Wakatipu and Burnside have started strongly. But as we look into this first heat, as they come up to 120 metres to go for Dunstan High School, 4 boat lengths back to Wakatipu, who are second. Then a boat length back to Onslow, who are third. It's Diocesan who are moving into the 4th spot now to claim that automatic qualification into the A final. So St Hilda's have continued to move, but they've got some work to do if they want to overtake that Diocesan crew. Have just taken it up a notch. They know they've got to do the work to get themselves through. Doing it easier, the Dunstan crew, but they're not giving it up. They're still just going through their race program and finishing strongly as they come down to the line now for Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith going across in 7:40 is their time, well ahead of Wakatipu, who will come in second. And it looks like Diocesan will take the 4th position here as Wakatipu go across in second. Then it is Onslow College out there in lane number 5 and finishing down here in lane 6 to take the 4th position, and through the A final is Craighead Diocesan. If we head out and look at what's happening in the second heat, coming down here now, and it is Wakatipu who are leading that second heat from Queen's High School, and then across into lane 4 is Burnside High School number 1. Just inside of them is Diocesan number 1, and then not out of it at all in lane 7 is Nelson College. So those are the 5. Back further just a bit to Villa Maria and Avonside Girls. So again, 4 to go through into the A final. So Wakatipu would have a boat length over Burnside, have started to move through quite strongly. So Wakatipu first, then back to Burnside, and then it will go out to Nelson College, Queen's High School, and then back inside we come to Diocesan number 1. So some good work going with that Burnside crew. There was quite a gap between them and Wakatipu, but they're starting to shorten it up. Third would be Nelson. And then back to Diocesan. The Queens still aren't out of it, so there's going to be a good little finish for that automatic 4th position straight through to the A final. So I think Burnside have moved through on Wakatipu. If they haven't, they will very shortly. So Wakatipu, Phoebe Kavanagh and Keely Erskine, and Brian Moriarty and Emily Ryle from Burnside. They've just pulled alongside each other. Some good work going in still from Diocesan number 1, but also down here, Avonside Girls, Andy Shui and Ash Fleming, they haven't given it away. They've just put the afterburners on the last 100 metres, looking to finish in that position, either 1, 2, 3 or 4. So the 3 and 4 will come from Nelson, Diocesan, or Avonside Girls, as it looks like Burnside drawing alongside Wakatipu. Wakatipu have just seen that, and they were a little bit down in their rating in the last 100 metres, but they've brought it up now. So these two will take a bit of a fight down to the finish to see who's going to finish first or second. So it's Wakatipu, Burnside, and then out to Nelson, and then Diocesan. But the Diocesan will need to watch this Avonside crew finishing very comfortably down in lane 3 as we go into 100 metres to go now for Diocesan, now Nelson, and now Avonside Girls. These 3 crews are going to line up for 2 spots. Wakatipu would have half a boat length over Burnside. They'll take out first and second. It's Diocesan who've got third at the moment now, but it's going to be between Avonside Girls and Nelson to take out the 4th position. Across goes Wakatipu, then goes Burnside. Here comes Diocesan. They've got half a boat length over Nelson. That'll take the 3rd position, but 4th is going to be between Nelson and Avonside. Avonside just going to miss out. It's Nelson going to go across half a boat length, or half a canvas over Avonside. A good effort from Avonside down there, but just dipping out in that second heat, which has gone through in 7:47 for the second heat of the girls under 18 double sculls. The boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls are on their way towards us. So heat number 1, and we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4 go through this automatically. There are no scratchings from what we've got in front of us. So lane 2, Nelson College 1, Ollie Locke, Thomas Good, Tom Irvine, Ethan Steele, Charlie Parker. And Charlie Parker's the cox. So lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Keegan Piper, Charlie Norton, Albert Eden, Hamish McIntosh, cox by Daniel Cara. In lane 4, Onslow College 1, Spencer Saywell Pavano, Thomas Robinson, Sid McQueen, Bladen Rowe, and Hugo Montgomery coxing. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 1, Logan Naughton, Ashton White, Marley King Smith, he's just had a singles race, Toby Rawlinson, and Emily Howick is the cox. And Wakatipu number 2 is Harry Sito, Hugo Johnson, Josh Viana, Ben Hogan with Ava McIntyre coxing. And then completing this field is St Andrew College 1 with William Preble, Noah Smith, James Brown, Harris Steele, and William Tavendale coxing them. But if you look onto the course, you can see that Wakatipu are well out in front here. It is Wakatipu. So outside from Wakatipu High School number 1 is Wakatipu High School number 2. And then we go back to Onslow and Shirley Boys High. So 4 to go through. Those are the 4 looking likely at this stage. But down there in lane 2, Nelson College 1 will be lining up either Shirley Boys or Onslow College. So 3-4 boat lengths in front. This very impressive looking crew from Wakatipu High School number 1, coached by John Morrison, well in front and leaving their second crew behind, although they would be second. So Wakatipu number 2, then Shirley Boys High will be third now. Back inside to Onslow College, then we come across to Nelson, and in the outside lane, St Andrews College number 1. So no mucking around in the starter's box. They'll let the second one go through as well, and everybody's underway and started in that race. So in the second race, heat 2, which is race 15 for today, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Lewis Hawkwood, Blake Ormiston, Tyler Ufton Tongaroa, and Maki Porter with Jasper Muir the cox. In lane 4, Otago Boys High School number 2, Jed Tisdall, he's already had a race today, Rowan Ozone, Cameron McFarlane, Niall Alexander, and Rylan Nickel is coxing. Lane 5, John McGlashan College 1, Angus Lowe, Charlie Carron, Oliver Hamilton, Matthew O'Meara with Aidan Zeb the cox. Timaru Boys High School number 1 are in lane 6 with Mackay Sparks, Max Henry Clayton, Josh Bartlett, Blake Parter, and Finn Golan the cox. And in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Matthew Dennis, Sean Rooney, Rico Rini, Ruben Frost, and Grayson Faulkner the cox. So we look at the first race in front of us, this first heat of the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. A very impressive row from this Wakatipu High School number 1 crew. Well clear, 150 metres back to Shirley Boys High School doing well in lane 2. Then we go to Nelson College, across to Onslow and across to Wakatipu number 2. We're just starting to feel the pressure a wee bit, but it will be 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. Looking very, of course, Wakatipu High School 1 will go through. Shirley Boys will go through at this rate. And then it'll be a matter of, is it Nelson, is it Onslow, is it Wakatipu number 2? Down to the line comes Wakatipu number 1, a very impressive row, winning by 110 metres from Shirley Boys High School, who are doing well in lane 2. Lane 3, sorry. Shirley Boys High School in lane 3 will take the second position. Third will be Nelson College. And it looks like Onslow College taking 4th. So they'll go through. Computer tells me 6:37 is the time for that first heat. Second heat making its way through into the second half of the course. Timaru Boys High School 1 doing very well out there. They're leading by a boat length over John McGlash, and those two crews well clear then of Otago Boys High School and Onslow, and then back to Shirley Boys High. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. The rest eliminated, which in this case will be 1 crew to be eliminated. And looking at it now, it looks like it most likely will be Shirley Boys High School number 2. But Timaru Boys High from John McGlash. In fact, Christchurch boys haven't started that race. Or something's come amuck. So it's Timaru Boys High from John McGlashan. Back to to Otago Boys. And actually there's Christchurch Boys High School out there in fourth. Sorry, just missed them. Of course, rowing in the pink row suits, supporting the great cause that Ben Mason has championed. Timaru Boys High from John McGlashan. Then we go back to Otago Boys, and then Christchurch Boys High, and then to Shirley Boys. So after this race, and they're already on the course with the first of it, we have 3 heats in the girls under 16 single sculls as we watch going into the last 100 metres around about now. Timaru Boys High School just leading by a boat length over John McGlashan. These two will finish first and second. Third will go down to Otago Boys High School down here in lane 4. Outside then to lane 7 will be Christchurch Boys. And those will be the 4 that go through from this heat into the final. Over the line they go now. A nice victory there for Timaru Boys High, followed by John McGlashan. And now with 100 metres to go is Otago Boys. And then 100 metres to go now for the Christchurch Boys crew. So Shirley Boys High School. 150 metres to go for them as we go out to the course and look at the first heat of the girls under 16 single sculls on the course now. All have started. In lane 2, race 16, Onslow College 2, Olivia Martin. Lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Danielle Milne. In lane 4, Cashmere High School 1, Nina Oliver. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Allegra Leonard. In lane 6, Cashmere High School 2, Emily Paulson. In lane 7, Queen's High School 1, Billy Escarud. And in lane 8, from Cromwell College, number 2, is Kaylee Butler. Heading towards the 1,000 they are now. So Onslow College out in front. Either side of her are the 2 Cashmere Scullers. Then we go out to Queen's High School. Strong start from Otago Girls High School 2 down there in lane 3. And then outside of her you'll see there first of the Cashmere Scullers. So it's Onslow, Cashmere, number 1, which is Nina Oliver. And then Cashmere 2 and Queen's High School. Back to Cromwell College. As you see them go through on your screens there now. Still good conditions here. A little bit more of a breeze than when we first started, but it's coming from a good direction. Sun seems to have disappeared behind a cloud. Still Onslow College. Onslow College by a boat length from Nina from Cashmere and then back to Emily from Cashmere. So progression here is the first 2 through to the A final. Then the 2 next fastest out of the 3 heats with the best of the rest going through to the B final. So Allegra Leonard from Onslow College, just ahead of Nina Oliver from Cashmere, and she's Cashmere number 1 crew. Some good movement coming from Billy Askerud from Queen's College. She's moved herself into 3rd position now over and gone past Amelia Paulson from Cashmere High School number 2. So while they make themselves through with 750 metres to go, the second heat of the girls under 16 single sculls is heading through towards, they've just gone past the 500 by the look of it. So in lane 2, in the second heat is Otago Girls High School 2, Olivia Caulfield. In lane 3, Ashburton College 2, Isabel Wall. In lane 4, Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Sam Rankin. In lane 6, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Emma Spittle. And in lane 7, Timaru Girls High School 2, Brodie Young. And completing the field, because they're all underway, is St Andrews College 2, Madeline Klukas. So still in front is Allegra Lennard from Onslow College here in the first heat as they head down with 750 to go. Just alongside of her and rowing strongly is the Cashmere High School 1 crew member Nina Oliver. They would be first and second. Still some good rowing coming from Billy Uscaro from Queen's High School, but Emily Paulson from Cashmere has gone again. And they'll have to watch coming over in lane 3, Danielle from Otago Girls. She's been rowing strongly. Remembering that we've got 1 and 2 to go through, and the fastest of the rest will go through into the B final. So Onslow by 2 to 3 boat lengths from Cashmere, then across to Queens, then back to Cashmere. So back in the following heat, heat number 2, Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls has a handy early lead. Back inside of her to Burnside, then Ashburton College and Ashburton College. That's how that race is shaping up. But back here, as we just start to get a little ripple on the water, it still is a good row coming down here from Allegra Lennard from Onslow College. She has led all the way through, and now is pulling out 3 boat lengths in front of Cashmere High School, Nina Oliver. They've opened up a big gap to the rest of the field. And of course, the first 2 go through, so no prizes for guessing which 2 go through here. Then we go back to Danielle Milne from Otago Girls High School. Then it goes to Emily Paulson from Cashmere High School, and it'll be Billy Uscaro from Queen's High School, who is going to probably finish 4th or 5th. But finishing strongly, still giving it everything. Good strong row from Allegra here in lane 5. From Onslow College. She goes across the line now. Nina just easing off. She knows she's got what she needs to do done. She heads down here to complete this first heat and claim her position in the A final, and they've gone through an 8:35. So the second of the 2 heats into the second half of the course. Still Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls High School. Coached by Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodsir. She would be 2 boat lengths ahead of Sam Rankin from Burnside. Then we come back inside Sam to Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College. Then again to Isabel Wall from Ashburton College. Outside of Emma is Brodie Young from Timaru Girls, and then Madeline Klukas from St Andrews. So she led it all the way down as Emma Spittle, but there's a bit of work going on from Sam Rankin from Burnside High School, just starting to close that gap. Remember, we're looking for 2 to go through. Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College would be 3rd, and we'll be looking to put pressure on those 2 to secure a 2nd spot. Those are the 3 that are standing out. Just ahead of 4th would go to Isabel Wall down there in lane 3, and then we go back to Timaru Girls and St Andrews College. Just struggling a wee bit is down there in lane 2 is Otago Girls. So 2 to go through. And it'll come out of either Waitaki Girls, Burnside, Ashburton College as they head down with 400 metres to go now. And it's still Emma Spittle, but Sam Rankin from Burnside is gaining on her and shortening up that gap. This is the second heat, race 17 of the girls under 16 single sculls. 1 more heat to go, and that is on the course. It is in the gates. Just waiting for them to get underway. So Emma Spittle still just going again and keeping that distance between her and Sam Rankin from Burnside. Sam Rankin will be watching Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. She won't want to concede that. Just 2 to go through, otherwise she'll be relying on the next fastest. But these 3 have cleared out now from Isabel Wall down there in lane 3. And then outside to Timaru Girls and St Andrews College. So 250 metres to go now. Emma Spittle from Sam Rankin, then back to Sophie Gibson. So still keeping that lead. She looks like she's gone up just a tad, is Emma Spittle out there in lane number 6 from Waitaki Girls High School. She's got a boat length over still Sam Rankin and Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. But Sophie Gibson starting to move through on Sam Rankin from Burnside High School. There's not much between those 2 crews as they come into the last 80 odd metres. Emma Spittle's lifted her rating. She'll go through and win. Sam Rankin just needs to go a bit quicker if she wants to get over Sophie Gibson, because Sophie Gibson's taken it up a notch and she's getting more of a run on her boat. Emma Spittle has 2 boat lengths and Sophie has moved past Sam Rankin. So that's a nice turn of speed from her in the last 50 metres. She looks across and sees that she's done what she needs to do. She's going to, it looks like Emma's just hit the boys. That's unfortunate. Sorry, Emma's gone through nicely and went over the line, as has Sophie Gibson from Ashburton, and it was Sam Rankin. Unfortunately, looks like she might have hit a boy about 20 metres ago to finish in 3rd, so that's unfortunate there. But there were 2 people to go through from that heat will be Emma Spittle and Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College. They've gone through in 8:50. So time's just starting to get a little bit slower. It might be getting a bit more challenging out there on that course for these under 16 single sculls. And heat 3 is underway. There's a bit of a delay getting that going. We might have been waiting on a crew who hasn't turned up. There's been a scratching in lane 3, which is Cromwell College. So they're underway in this 3rd heat. Remember, 1 and 2 to go through. In lane 2 is Wakatipu High School, Olivia Bissett, scratching in lane 3. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1, Neve Bates. In lane 5, Craighead Diocesan number 1, Nadia Vandenbosch. In lane 6, Timaru Girls High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. And in lane 7, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Ruby Flannery. In lane 8 is St Andrews College 1, Abby Baxter. So they're on their way, and we'll just let them make their way down the course, and then we'll pick them up shortly. So it doesn't look like all crews have started in this heat coming down. I can see Wakatipu High School number 2 out of lane 2, and then there is quite a bit of daylight until we go to the outside 3 lanes by the look of it, which is Timaru Girls High School, St Hilda's Collegiate and St Andrews. So I'm quite sure what the story is there. We have one scratching in lane 3. Other than that, maybe we've got some did not starts or some gear failures. So still looking for the first 2 to go through. So if it is what I think it is, Wakatipu number 2, Olivia Bissett down here in lane 2. Or it could be Neve Bates in lane 4. Wait to get closer. It looks like it might be that. If we go the outside 3 lanes, it's just a wee bit hard to pick up who is there and who's not. Certainly conditions have got a bit more challenging for the crews out there. So there is lane 5, Craighead Diocesan. So it's lane 5, lane 6 and lane 7 that we've got rowing out there. So lane 5 is Nadia from Craighead Diocesan. Lane 6 is Timaru Girls High School, Alana Berry Rankin, and that means that outside of her in lane 7 is St Hilda's Ruby Flannery. And Neve Bates, Wakatipu High School number 1, will be down in lane 4. So Ruby Flannery from St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 is leading. Back inside of her to Timaru Girls, then Craighead, and then we come back inside to Wakatipu. So following this last heat of the girls under 16 single sculls is race 19, the boys under 18 novice double sculls. They've just got them underway, so we can go through the field for you. Lane 1, Dunstan High School 1. They've all started from here. Angus Hanning and Aidan O'Doherty. In lane 2, Christ College 1, Alex McEwen and Luke Menzies. In lane 3, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Connor McLeod and Scott Hay. In lane 4, John McGlashan College 2, Nate Wisniewski and Will Andrews. In lane 5, Ron Carley College 1, Alexander Fitzgerald and Fraser Goff. In lane 6, Burnside High School 1, Joel Hood and Max Wallace. In lane 7, St Kevin's College 1, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodsir. And in lane 8, King's High School number 2, Alex McKeever and Charlie Melville. As we see the last of the girls under 16 single sculls heats making its way down the course. And it's St Hilda's still, although Nadia from Craighead is drawing alongside her. Best back inside the pair of those two is Alana from Timaru Girls High School. Then we come back down to Wakatipu. So just a bit of a gusty breeze out there on the course, which is making life challenging for these under 16 single scullers. As they move through into the last 500 of the course, it's Craighead starting to move ahead of St Hilda's, then back to Timaru and then to Wakatipu. So in that first heat of the boys under 18 novice double sculls, St Kevin's off to a good start. They'll be leading from Dunstan High School down there in lane 1. Then back inside to Waitaki Boys, John McGlashan. So back here with the girls under 16 single scull. Remember 1 and 2 to go 3. So Diocesan and St Hilda's looking like they'll comfortably secure those 2 spots. And just bringing them through will be, after that, Alana from Timaru Girls High School, and then Olivia down here in Wakatipu High School number 2. So 120 metres to go now for Diocesan. As the 8 heading to the start, give Nadia a big cheer, a bit of encouragement. She's 2 boat lengths ahead of Ruby from St Hilda's. Those 2 will go through to the final. And across the line she goes, and so time there of 9:08, which gives you a real indication of what conditions might be like out, particularly in the first half of the course. Not much chop for these single scullers. So we'll see how the under 18 double scullers are getting on. Novices. And it's still St Kevin's. Inside of St Kevin's, Burnside would be second. Just inside of them, close to Ron Carley. And then right down in lane 1 is Dunstan. So 1 and 2 to go through to the A final again. And then with the next 2 fastest, with the best of the rest to go through to the B final. King's High School out there in lane 8 just struggling a wee bit. But it is definitely St Kevin's from Burnside, from Ron Carley. Dunstan just starting to drift back a bit. And then we come across to Waitaki Boys High School, and just inside of them is John McGlashan. So the second heat is underway. 2 heats in the men's, 3 heats in the boys under 18 novice double sculls. So a couple of boat lengths there for St Kevin's at this stage over the crew from Burnside. Well, Ron Carley are right on their tail, so they might even be moved past them, Ron Carley. Those would be the 3 who are out in front, and they still need to watch this Dunstan High School crew down in lane 1. Those are the 4 crews battling for 2 positions. Ron Carley just moving through the Burnside crew now, so it's still St Kevin's, and then Ron Carley, then back to Burnside and Dunstan. So you'll need to find a little bit extra of Burnside if you want to go through. So Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodsurf from St Kevin's doing a nice tidy job out there in lane 7. But this Ron Carley crew of Alexander Fitzgerald and Fraser Goff, they've done some work in the last 50 metres to move past that Burnside crew, and now starting to draw alongside the crew from St Kevin's. So have St Kevin's got enough to get them over the line and get them through? Burnside's still there. Joel takes a bit of a look round to see how far away anybody else is. They're still in this. 3 will become 2, but watch out for Dunstan down here in lane 1. Angus Hanning and Aidan O'Doherty, they're taking the sleeper lane and not letting anybody else know what they're doing. They've taken their rating up. A little bit of extra splash, but they're getting some movement. So there'll be some... Oh, this will be close. If I look across, it looks like Dunstan's starting to move through maybe on the Burnside crew. So can St Kevin's still have a lead? Back inside to Ron Carley have had a look, and they're away. Look at that. Ron Carley have just taken it up another notch. Burnside have taken it a notch. Dunstan might have done all they can do to get towards these 3. So there's still these 3 crews fighting out for 2 positions. It's St Kevin's still in front by half a boat length over Ron Carley. Ron Carley and Burnside is going again. Burnside are just starting to pick up on them. It's Ron Carley might have gone a wee bit early. They're heaving over, they're rowing over the top of the barrel there. It looks like they're giving it everything they've got. St Kevin's will have to watch this because these 2 crews from Burnside and Ron Carley are fighting out between them. Burnside just got a wee bit to make up. It's still Roncalli by half a canvas. St Kevin's are standing still. Watch out, St Kevin's, because Roncalli have just gone past you. And, on the line. On the line. St Kevin's might have left it too late. It might be a photo to see who's gone through. Roncalli and Burnside. Maybe over St Kevin's. And then down here on the bottom is Dunstan. So let's have a look and see. You never give anything up until you've got over the line. They have gone through in 7:51. And there is half a second between some of the places. So we'll wait and see what the confirmation is there. You've got to row until the buzzer's gone. And we've got a capsize out here, unfortunately, in the wet lane. Didn't quite see who went there, but they're being well attended to by safety boat number 3. They've got the top safety chap on that, Charlie Crampton. They'll be well looked after. Let's wait and see what the result comes through. They've got plenty of time to move them out of the course. The second heat and the boys under 18 novice double sculls is heading down into the last half of the course. Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Ollie Eden and Noah Rose. King's High School number 1 is in lane 3, Kanye Toyota and Matthew Taylor. Lane 4, John McGlashan College 1, Henry Bowering and Noah Hamilton. In lane 5, Timaru Boys High School 1, Peo O'Sullivan and Riley Dan. In lane 6, Watakatipu High School 1, Sebastian Watson and Harry McNay. In lane 7, Christ College 2, which is Cohen Yeager and Tom Lambie. And then in lane 8 is Nelson College 1, Aaron DeWall and Zachary Irving. Just waiting for that confirmed result of the first heat. We don't have it yet in terms of placings. So just looking at the second heat that's underway. And it's come through. So here's the result of the first heat of the boys novice double sculls. Roncalli College won in a time of 7:51.98. Second were St Kevin's just by 0.38 of a second, and then Burnside High School with a fast finish finished third only by 0.11 of a second. St Kevin's, you were lucky. So we look out and we see that those gentlemen in their submerged boat are now back where they need to be. So that was John McGlashan, and they'll be well looked after and back to base shortly. If we come down and have a look at what's happening in this second heat of the boys novice under 18 double sculls, it's John McGlashan, Henry Bowering and Noah Hamilton have got a 3 to 4 boat length lead going back to Shirley Boys High School in lane 2, who would be second. So again, 1 and 2 to go through. The challenge for Shirley Boys High School down in lane 2 is coming from the Timaru crew, and just outside of Timaru is Wakatipu. So don't be like the crews just out that finished the second race and take it for granted. If you want to get there, you've got to work, but you'll have to work hard to catch John McGlashan. So John McGlashan by 5, maybe 6 boat lengths over, not much between Shirley Boys High School and Timaru Boys High and Wakatipu. So 2 to go through. Still looking like Shirley second at the moment. And the third heat is on the course as we speak. Just watch the safety boat. We'll be delivering John McGlashan back to base as they watch their number 1 crew come down in lane 4 in the second heat. Well ahead of Shirley, who are looking comfortable in the second position. So Henry Bowering and Noah Hamilton bringing the John McGlashan crew down. Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Ollie Eden and Noah Rose. Just making sure they're doing enough to hold off that Timaru Boys High School crew. 100 metres to go now for John McGlashan, looking comfortable. They'll go through to the final. Five boat lengths back to Shirley Boys High School now enter the last 100 metres, and they're comfortably 2 to 3 boat lengths ahead of the Timaru Boys High School crew. So those will be your 1 and 2 to go through if they go across the line in that order. So John McGlashan going through there in 7:45. So 6 seconds quicker than the previous race. Shirley coming down now to claim their space in the final. And then third will go to Timaru Boys and then back to Wakatipu. So a bit of work still to be done for these other crews to come down. Wakatipu, then back inside we come to King's High School. And then we'll go outside to Nelson College and then back inside to Christ College. So just looking at the third heat as they are in the second half of the course. All underway. All have started. It's all coming out of Wakatipu High School in lane 5 by the look of it. But the course is, what do we got there? Onslow College number 1 in lane 2. Isaac Irving and Liam Butler. Lane 3 is Ashburton College 1. Charlie Howden and Ashton Brook. Lane 4, Cashmere High School 1, Patrick Clark and Harry Pearce. And then we go to Wakatipu High School number 2, Keegan Green and Xavier Small. And they're doing all the good work out there in the middle of the course. Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey and Thomas Mitchell in lane 6. They're trying to do their best to follow Wakatipu down the course. And then in lane 7, Bayfield High School 1, Jonathan Browning and Sebastian Hettrell. And lane 8 is Burnside High School number 2, Nishal Singh and Gabrielle Rubin. So again, same with the previous 2 heats. 1 and 2 go through to the A final. Next 2 fastest go through, and then the best of the rest into the B final. So 1 and 2 looking very much here like Wakatipu and Mount Aspiring College, that is. Bayfield High School showing quite strongly, and then inside in lane 4, the next best would be Cashmere High School, and down there in lane 1, Onslow College. But plenty of room there for the crew from Wakatipu. They've got this under control. They just need to stay and do what they're doing. Mount Aspiring still in second. Onslow College will be third at this point. Lane 4, Cashmere High School would be fourth, outside to Bayfield. We'll move from the under 18 novice double sculls into the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. So we've got 2 heats of those. Then into the boys under 17 coxed 8. So a few 8s races coming down, which will be good. Hope you're all enjoying the live stream. Those of you that are at work or at home and watching, and if you haven't, please do subscribe to the YouTube channel. And just a reminder to the crews, if you're rowing to the start, you should be in lane 1. As we get down to 110 metres to go, Wakatipu. Nice row here from Keegan Green and Xavier Small. Just following them, and they're still 5 boat lengths back, but clear in second is Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey and Thomas Mitchell. So the closest challenge they'll see will be from Onslow College, but probably not enough left in the course for them to catch them. Nice clean row here from Wakatipu. Seen some good rowing today from Wakatipu already. Across the line they go. They'll be happy with that. So clearly into third Onslow over Cashmere across the Bayfield, but they'll be relying on the next best position, so they need to go as fast as they can if they want to be one of those. So even though they're out of this, there's plenty to row for you guys in third, fourth and fifth as the second place getters from Mount Aspiring go over the line. And it is Onslow who are still cracking on a bit that will finish third. Then Cashmere across the Bayfield and back to Ashburton College. And then on the outside lane, given all they got, is Nishal Singh and Gabrielle Rubin from Burnside High School. So 8s are on the course. Lane 3, Marlborough Girls College 1, Bella Rayner, Charlotte Thomas, Liz Poasma, Izzy Brick, Stella Cornelius, Brake Harper, Harriet McLaughlin, Eliza Glover and Tessa Unwin as the Cox. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Sophia Atwell, Big Mates, tried again, Meg Bates, Brooke Perriam, Ella Hill, Ella Keane, Aria Wilkie, Sophie Evans, Mia Green, Poppy Glauven. In lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School, Abby Donaldson, Izzy Jones, Amelia Willis, Harriet Abbott, Samantha Parker, Charlotte O'Reilly, Emma Coates, Greta Jenkins and Sienna O'Shaughnessy is the Cox. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Harriet Matthews, Olivia Trolov, Marianne Allegri, Annabelle Hentz, Holly Smith, Elsie Lowe, Annabelle Glasson, Frankie Leggett, Poppy Jarman is the Cox. In lane 7, Burnside High School 1, Danielle Taylor, Georgia Cowan, Neela Katane, Mila Wood, Elizabeth Howe, Emily Cadenhead, Laura Ryle, Jessica Rankin and Zeta Matua is the Cox. And in lane 8, Waitaki Girls High School 1. Molly O'Sullivan, Willa Brew, Emily Southey, Kalani Fisherlau, Evie Wilson, Sophie Rohrbach, Sophie Spittle, Kiala Fisherlau, and Brianna Kingan as the cocks. So under 18 novice cocks 8. 1, 2, 3 and 4 will all go through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. Strong start out there in lane 8 from Waitaki Girls. They're bright colours, easy to see out there in lane 8. Come across into Rangiruru Girls School in lane 5, started strongly. Outside for them is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Then back again will be Burnside, looking pretty strong out there in lane 7 as far as the best of the rest goes. Then we come across to Christchurch Girls High School 2 and Marlborough Girls College 1. So 2 heats of the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. So still looking like Waitaki Girls. There may be Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls High School 1. So Rangi and Christchurch Girls High School 1 starting to close that gap on the Waitaki Girls crew. Marlborough Girls College down in lane 2 making some movements there. In fact, Rangi and Christchurch Girls High School 1 and Waitaki Girls would be even. Well, not quite, because you can see on the screen that Rangiruru have gone through the 2 boat length lead. So well done, Ian. That was pretty close. And then we have Christchurch Girls High School 1 coming across the line there now. They'll be 3/4 of a boat length over Waitaki Girls. And then there's Marlborough Girls going through there in front of the screen as you see it. So Rangi leading the crews down the course from Christchurch Girls and Waitaki, then Marlborough Girls. So those are the 4 looking likely at this stage.
Watching the master, really.
So just waiting for the second heat to go into the gates and get away as we watch this first heat come down the course. Rangiruru leading, being steered down the course by Sienna O'Shaughnessy. Outside of her is Christchurch Girls High School 1 with Poppy Jarman, the cocks. But Rangiruru starting to lengthen now. There'll be 3 boat lengths probably. And get this crew from Marlborough Girls College down in lane 3. They've made some movement and they look like they'll be drawing alongside the Waitaki Girls crew in lane 8. Still the 4 to go through. There's a bit of work to be done for Christchurch Girls High School number 2 if they want to be in that mix. And Burnside High School. So maybe Waitaki second from Christchurch Girls High, but definitely Rangiruru in front as they come through 500 metres to go. Good movement still coming from Marlborough Girls. Those will be the 4. Second heat is on the course. We'll bring you those crews as we watch this other one come through. Rangiruru are going to take this out, but in lane 3 of the second heat, St Andrews College 1, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, Hannah Morris, Fern Forsyth, Jasmine Christie, Sophia Voice, Elia Short, Gemma Wong and Peter Blade as the cocks. Lane 4, St Margaret's 2, Poppy McNeil, Sarah Farrell, Elise McGuigan, Emma Scott, Jemima Jackson, Jaslyn Young, Coco Flood, Zoe Watson, Holly Cudd as the cocks. In lane 5 of the second heat, St Margaret's College 1, Charlotte Brown, Piper O'Malley, Ain Leeson, Cara Gooding, Amelia Tiano, Dean, Belize Macquarie, Ava Redmond, Anna Rutherford and Neve Cassidy as the cocks. Lane 6 will be Villa Maria College 1, Neem Smitty, Anika Palmer, Ruby Armstrong, Gabriella Kennedy, Georgia Curnane, Caitlin Tier, Claire Martin, Kate Young and Sienna Scott as the cocks. As we see in the first heat, 3 boat length lead here to Rangiruru as they come down over Christchurch Girls High School 1 outside to Waitaki Girls. And then it will be 4th back to Marlborough Girls College. That'll be the way they finish. Rangiruru doing it fairly easily. They're all swinging together. Very organised crew for novice crews. They would have been doing a lot of rowing this regatta, or leading up to this regatta. 100 metres to go now then. They'll be through to the final, and they'll take Christchurch Girls High School and Waitaki Girls and Marlborough Girls with them. Down to the line they come now. Another 3 or 4 strokes and across they'll go. There's the buzzer now. Christchurch Girls High School, 4 boat lengths behind them. They've still got a boat length clear of Waitaki Girls, and then the crew from Marlborough Girls finishing down here in 4th. So following them over in the near future will be Burnside High and Christchurch Girls 2. So we go back to the second heat and just finishing through those crews. In lane 7, Craig Head Diocesan School 1, Ruby Gordon, Kate Ritchie, Emily Caird, Georgina Butler, Carmina Cabera Martin, Olivia Huddleston, Chanel Gordon, Amber Wall with Bri Allen the Cox. And then in lane 8, Mount Aspiring College, which is Lucy Radford, Abby Peterson, Anika Macy, Ruby Laming, Chloe Murray, Annie Wells, Lucy Maybach, Lola Ritchie and Thomas Mitchell as the Cox. That first heat has gone through in 7:18, so it'll be interesting to see what we get in the second timing as we go out and see where is all the action coming from. Well, it looks like we're getting plenty coming from lanes 5 and 6, which of course is Villa Maria. Villa Maria in lane 6, but they would be behind St Margaret's College number 1. So St Margaret's College 1 is leading just from St Margaret's College 2. Outside of them is St Andrews. Then we go back to Villa Maria and Craighead and Mount Aspiring. So similarly, 1, 2, 3 and 4 will go through to the final. The rest will be eliminated in these girls under 18 novice Cox Date, second heat. Heading into the second half of the course they go. Then we'll bring in the boys under 17 Cox Date heats as they come down. But it is St Margaret's 1 from St Margaret's 2. Mount Aspiring College not out of it out there in lane 8 either. Just inside of them is Diocesan, who will be behind them. So Mount Aspiring ahead of the crew from Villa. So the 4 I see are the 2 crews from St Margaret's, then Mount Aspiring more than likely, and then back to St Andrews. I've got the pleasure of the company of the caretaker of the course, Calvin Maker, who's picked up a pair of binoculars to see if I'm telling the truth or not. He'd know this course like the back of his hand. He's up and down it 3 or 4 times a day. But it certainly is St Margaret's 1 from St Margaret's 2 out to Mount Aspiring, out there in lane 8. And then it is still St Andrews down there in lane number 3. So those are the 4. They're not out of it though, Villa Maria. 4 to go through. So we've got 6 on the course, 2 are going to miss out. As the under 17 boys just going across into their starting gates. It'll just be the one heat of that and they'll all go through to the final. So a bit more to play for in this race here. So St Margaret's number 1 from St Margaret's 2. So St Margaret's 1 being coxed down there by Neve Cassidy. She's got Holly Cudd as her colleague in coxing. She's running the number 2 crew. Looks like St Andrews College number 1 with Peter Blade, the cox, have only enough to move through on that crew from Mount Aspiring College. Thomas Mitchell, the cox. So Villa Maria maybe have moved through a Mount Aspiring now. So Mount Aspiring need to find another gear if they want to get through into the final, because it's looking very much like from this heat, St Margaret's, St Andrews and Villa Maria. A boat length now between St Margaret's 1 and St Margaret's 2. 2 boat lengths back to St Andrews College. Then we go across to Villa Maria, who are definitely in 4th now. They'd have half a boat length over Mount Aspiring, who's starting to wane as these bigger schools start to put the power on. So there might be novice crews, but looking fairly strong and rowing quite comfortably and tidily, these 2 St Margaret's crews. Haven't seen them at all the regattas here this season, but they turn up when it counts and very clean in and out. That number 1 crew, not a lot of splash there at all. Number 2 not far behind them, rowing comfortably, and it's still Villa Maria, although Mount Aspiring are hoping to find another gear. 3rd will be St Andrews as it comes down with 150 to go, but will be 120 now for St Margaret's number 1. Just starting to pull ahead of the number 2 crew. 2 lengths back to St Andrews. Still waiting for the under 17 boys. No surprises there. So here we come. St Margaret's number 1, comfortably coming down the line, 2 boat lengths ahead of their number 2 crew. A couple of little crabs going on in that St Andrews crew, but they're still going to finish 3rd. Just a bit of splash. And 4th will be Villa Maria. They'll take out that 4th spot. Dyson have started to move through. They did a good job 100 metres ago to move through on Mount Aspiring, but they're still half a boat length. It looks as though Timaru will take the 3rd position. Villa are coming to take the 4th position. Dyson are trying to gain on them, but they're still half a boat length in it. So those are your 4 to go through to the final. Previous heat went through in 7:18, which was quicker than this one, which has gone through in 7:31. So you can see there you are, race 24, the boys under 17 Cox States. They're sitting in the gates just waiting. As we have all season, it seems, since we've moved to these zoned regattas, we're running ahead of time. They've got 2 minutes to wait, these boys. I'm sure they'll let them go early, but let's go through the crews that are there for you. It is an under 17 Cox State heat. They'll all go through to the final, but they'll be looking for lanes as a result of this. In lane 3 is Christ College 2, George Hudson, Nicholas Brown, Daniel Weiber, Max Cookson, Charles Beale, Luke James, Charlie Delling, Harry Burt, and Ollie Akawa is the Cox. Lane 4, St Andrews College 1, William Voice, Spencer Welsford, Brody Flatt, Luke Skinner, Lachlan Odlin, Cameron Scott, Tom McLean, Andrew Gregg, Cox there by Sam Moorhead. Lane 5, St Bede's College 1, Luke McBridey, Sam Earl, Matthew Glenn, Josh Harmer, Luke Hickling, Thomas Woodgate, Sam Woodgate, Jack Dennehy Coles, and Max Walsh is the Cox. Lane 6, Christ College 1, Tom Picton Warlow, Alex Spate, Lachlan McVicker, Max Harris, Fergus Johnson, Charlie Poulter, George Cochran, Oscar Todd Hunter, Henry King is the Cox. And lane 7 on the far left of your screen as you look at it is Shirley Boys High School 1, Lockie Kendrick, Joel Arana, Noah Visser, Hamish McIntosh, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman, Liam Collins, Jack Savage is the Cox. So still touching up a couple of those crews. The bowmen are still holding on to the bow ball, so they haven't been called to attention yet. Away they go. 4 crews there. So who's not there? Looks like Christ College 2 haven't started. So we've got St Andrews College, St Bede's College, Christ College and Shirley Boys out there in lane 7. So all starting fairly cleanly. The Christ College one away fairly sharply with Shirley Boys right next to them, just a little bit further back at this very early stage, St Bede's, and then we go to St Andrews College. So they'll move quickly through the starting sequences, head off down towards that 500 metre island on the right. The Millsy calls it Alcatraz. Next races after this are the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. You'll see that first heat starting to go into position now. So we've got 3 heats of that to look forward to after this boys under 17 Cox State moves through the field. So it is a heat. They'll all turn up for the final again on Sunday. Just joshing for lanes, but all fairly even there as they head towards the 500. If anything, St Andrews might be slightly in front. Very little between those 4 crews. St Andrews College 1, St Bede's College 1, Christ College 1, and Shirley Boys High School 1. So plenty to row for all the crews here this regatta. We've got Marty Cup down here, Lake Ruatanifa, under these same control conditions in a little over 2 weeks' time. So this will be an integral part of the program. A lot of the crews being sorted. Sadly, for some of the under-15 crews, they won't be here for Māori Cup. For those crews, this is their regatta, and they'll be looking forward to a full program and a full weekend as they finish their eventful and interesting 21-22 season. But as the boys under 17s, 8s move into the second half of the field, it's St Bede's out in front from, it's like Christ College 1. Maybe it is Shirley Boys that haven't started this. It is. Christ College 2 are down there in lane 3. Outside of them is St Andrews College. Then St Bede's, who are just following down the St Christ College crew number 1. So Shirley Boys haven't started that race and weren't scratched for some reason. So St Bede's at this level have looked strong all season. Right alongside Christ College and that big yellow empacker of theirs. Come back, then we see probably 3 boat lengths back already to St Andrews College and Christ College number 2. So they'll quickly get down the course. While they're doing that, let's go through the first cruise in the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls Heat 1. Now we're looking for 1 and 2 to win that to go through. These boys won't take long to get down here, but lane 2, Nelson College for girls. Sky Lazenby, Emily Cumming, Alexis Phipps, Madeline Colas and Maddie Taylor as the Cox. Lane 3, St Andrews College 2. Holly Rogers, Ashley White, Samantha Day, Rosa Hill, Katie Steele as the Cox. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1. Feely Kavanagh, Neve Bates, Olivia Key, Keely Erskine, Emily Howick as the Cox. Lane 5, Otago Girls High School 1. Sophie Orchiston, Maggie Hepburn, Isla Merriman, Harriet Thompson, Emily Esplin as the Cox. Lane 6, St Hilda's College 1. Collegiate even. Peter Erickson, Lucy Taylor, Kate Beaton, Christy Foster and Pippa Fulton as the Cox. And then lane 7, Columba College 1, Jendi Minty, Bridget Sutton, Millie Scott, Laura Summit and Isabella Davey as the Cox. They're on their way, as are these under 17s in their Coxed 8s, and it's St Bede's and Christ College neck and neck as they come past the 500 metres to go. This will be a good precursor to the final. 2 boat lengths back, probably more than that, 4 boat lengths back as the St Andrews crew and Christ College number 2, but it's St Bede's and Christ College. So Christ College 1 coached by Malcolm McIntyre, Tony O'Connor and Will Satch up against the St Bede's College crew coached by Dale Marr. Very little between these two. St Bede's just have got it marginally at the moment over Christ College. They are racing for positions in the final, and you could argue that there's maybe not so much on this, but these are under 17 boys, and you can't tell them that. They'll be going through their processes and doing what they need to do to keep building on what they've done before. So both crews looking strong as they come down into the last 100 metres to go. Christ College operating with a tandem rig in the middle of the boat on the stroke side. And then we've got St Bede's pretty standard on the inside. They're still neck and neck, these two crews, as they come down. But it looks like St Bede's marginally to me over Christ College as we get down 100 metres to go. Those two coxswains are earning their money, Max Walsh and Harry King. But it's St Bede's. Oh, it looks like Christ might have just gone. A couple of the Christ boys look across. It's Christ by half a canvas over St Bede's. At this, come down to the line in this heat. 2 seats now. Christ College take 2 seats over St Bede's in this heat. It'll be interesting to see what happens on Sunday. So St Bede's finished second from Christ College 1. There's some work going on in those boats. They're looking at the Christ boys as the St Bede boys just row away. Timaru come down, over the line they go, take 3rd, and Christ College 2 will finish 4th. You never know what's to come in those boats. It'll be fun on Sunday to watch them. They've gone through in 6:07, so that's a pretty good time for a heat. There'll be plenty to come for that on Sunday. As we look down the course, and it is Heat 1 of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We're all away. They've all started. Otago Girls High School started strongly down there in lane 5. Just inside of them is Wakatipu High School 1. And then on the outside lane would be Columba College. Those would be the three. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. Got 3 heats of this girls under 17 Cox quadruple scull, so 1 and 2 will automatically go through, and then we're looking for the next 2 fastest of the rest over the 3 heats. Columba College looking strong out in lane 7 from Otago Girls High School and Wakatipu High School. Nelson College for girls down in lane 2. Second heat is in the gates. So this is race 25. So just over halfway in this afternoon's program. As we see at the 1,000 metre mark there, you can see Otago Girls High School in lane 5 looking strong. There's Nelson College for girls down in lane 2, moved into second. Third would be Wakatipu High School. And then we go outside lane to Columba. Going through now at St Andrews. As they move through into the second half of the course, and there's St Hilda's Collegiate going across there in lane number 6. So still Columba in lane 7. Lane 7 and very close with Otago Girls down there in lane 5. These two looking clear of the other two, the rest of the field. Wakatipu would be next of the rest. 750 metres to go. The second heat is underway, and looking at the field for that second heat too as the sun pokes its nose out from behind a cloud again here. Lane 2, Nelson College for girls, Holly John, Maddie Ryland, Sky Humphreys, Chloe Wallace with Ruby Southwick the Cox. And then in lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Paige Johnson, Ruby Lewis, Libby Greaves, Andy Schwee, Georgina Houghton the Cox. In lane 4, Ashburton College 1, Leah Reid, Honor Bradford, Laura Jensen, Ruby Leverton with Chloe Brass the Cox. Cromwell College 1 are in lane 5, Hannah Dicey, Greer Ferguson, Kate Spriggs, Olivia Pinebanger and Kaylee Butler is the Cox. Villa Maria College 1, lane 6, Connie Fitzgerald, Lucy Morrison, Keely Finch, Kahurangi Nixon, Sophie Tillard Lowe is coxing. And then Marion College 1, lane 7, Leela Harnett, Imogen Lang, Meg Hansen, Grace Langridge and Leela Spanton is the Cox of that second heat, which is just through its first 250. But the first heat is well into the back end of the race, 500 metres to go. And Columba are out there along with Otago Girls High School and then Wakatipu. So 1 and 2 to go through. So Wakatipu need to make a move if they want to impose themselves on this race. Nelson College for girls in lane 2 looking strong. So it'll come from those 4. But Otago Girls move through on Columba College. Otago Girls would be second. From Columba College back to Wakatipu, then to Nelson College for girls. Then we go back again to St Andrews College and then further back to St Hilda's Collegiate. But looking strong in lane 5, Otago Girls High School, being coxed there by Emily Esplin. She's got them into the last 250 metres just about. We'll see them coming on your screen now as the St Bees crew makes its way back to base. So they've got 2 boat lengths there, Otago Girls, as they go through that 250 on the crew from Columba College out there in lane 7. But Nelson College for girls moving through, and there's only really half a boat length between them and the crew from Columba. So Nelson finishing strongly in the back end of this race. It's going to be Otago Girls High School, but it may well be Nelson finishing second to take that automatic qualifying spot through into the final. Columba just starting to fall off the pace a bit. Nelson starting to move very efficiently down here in lane 2. Wakatipu will be hoping for the best of the rest as far as fast times go. Otago Girls, though, 100 metres to go. They move into the last 100 metres of the course. And let's just see who's going to get there next out of Columba and Nelson. Oh, it's close between Columba and Nelson. That's where the finish is going to come from. Otago Girls High School are going to win this, but it's Columba and Nelson are fighting out for the next position. Who's going to take it? Nelson have moved. In the last, they've just gone up again. They're just taking their rating up again, so they'll need to keep doing that because Columba have gone as well. Columba have moved ahead of Nelson, so it's Otago Girls going over, and Columba College by a boat length now, or 3/4 of a boat length over Nelson College. There's your two automatic, and Nelson will be waiting for the best times to go through. That first heat's gone through in 7:34 for Otago girls, and we look out onto the course into the back end of the race now is the second heat. Looking pretty even this second heat as it comes through. Marion College just ahead of Villa Maria, and then Cromwell College showing strongly. So actually would be Marion, then Cromwell College would be second. Back to Villa Maria third. Then Ashburton College ahead of Avonside and Nelson College for girls. So 3 heats of this girls under 17 Cox quadruple scull. So the previous heat won by Otago girls over Columba College. They go through. So Marion College out there in lane 7 in the red and blue. Ahead of them, though, would be Cromwell College in lane 5. Then back to Villa Maria. So those are the 3 in front at the moment. Villa Maria have got some work to do if they want to challenge for one of these first 2 qualifying spots, because it looks like Marion College and Cromwell College have got them in control at the moment. Back inside from Villa in their 3rd position to 4th would be Ashburton College, and then we see Avonside girls moving alongside Ashburton College at this point in time, and then Nelson College for girls 2 down there in lane 2 will be bringing up the rest of the field. But it is Cromwell College leading over Marion College. Those 2 are well clear of the rest of the field. Just as they come through the back end of the race, let's see who's in this 3rd heat that's on the course right now. They've just started, and that is in lane 2. Nelson College for girls 3. Sydney Booth, Samantha Topaya, Anna Hoyle, Sarah Schofield and Brianna Williams, the Cox. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Toby Rees, Janaya Johnson, Nina Mackay, Madison Gittins and Sophia Bohm as the Cox. Lane 4, Southland Girls High School 1. Katie Monaghan, Holly Gobble, Taylor Hoyle, Yasmin McLean and Caitlin Hamilton as the Cox. St Andrews College 1 are in lane 5. Abby Baxter, Sophie O'Connor, Freddie Todd Hunter, Amy Hughes with Isabel Forsey the Cox. And in lane 6 for heat 3 is Craighead Dyson with Kate Harrison, Lucy Crawford, Paige Butler, Beard, Elsie Talbot and Mackenzie Copeland as the Cox. As we see the second heat coming down towards the finish, and it still is Cromwell College over Marion College. They're going to take 1 and 2. Get them straight through. Marion just upping the rating a bit to see if they can get in front of the Cromwell crew. Those 2 clear though. Back then in lane 3 is Avonside Girls, who will be 3rd. They've moved through to take that position. They'll be hoping to get one of the next fastest finishers spots in the final. Villa Maria out there in lane 6, just being pushed through by the Ashburton crew. Ashburton are going to finish in front of them. Marion game down here, but they'll finish 2nd and still go through as Cromwell College go over the line now. There they go, and then Marion, and then we come back to Avonside Girls, Ashburton College, Villa Maria, and Nelson College for girls, number 2. So in this 3rd heat, out in lane 6, Diocesan have started strongly. Inside of them, St Andrews College. Back inside for their first outing today, Southland Girls High School in lane 4. And then we see Christchurch Girls High School 1. So Diocesan would be in front from St Andrews, and then Christchurch Girls High School 1 with just over 1,000 metres to go. This will close out heat 3 and all the heats of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. And then we'll be moving into the boys under 15 octies, which promises to be a lot of fun. They'll all be going through to the final, so we'll see how many start today. So still Diocesan from St Andrews, from Christchurch Girls High. 2 to go through. You would think the fight will come between those 3 crews. Should be a good close finish at this rate. Christchurch Girls High starting to make some movement through in lane 3. Nelson College for Girls 3 just finding it a little bit too tough. And Southland Girls just a wee bit much work for them to do. So St Andrews, Diocesan, then back to Christchurch Girls High School 1. This is the 3 crews that we'll take 2 spaces from. 7:48, the last heat went through, and so that was 14 seconds slower than the first heat. So it's looking like the first heat is the quicker one, which when we think that we get 1 and 2 goes through to the A final, and the next 2 fastest. Timing for this one will be important for whichever crews finishes in third. St Andrews looking strong in the middle of the course. They're moving up alongside Diocesan. Nice clean drive altogether. Those 2 crews still ahead from Christchurch Girls High School, so these 2 will go through unless Christchurch Girls High have got some extra power to bring. So Craighead Diocesan leading from St Andrews College, then back to Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go back to Southland Girls High School and back a wee way back to Nelson College for girls. Number 3. So Craighead just extending as they come into the last 250 metres, well inside the last 250 metres of this race. 2 boat lengths ahead now of St Andrews, who will be 3 boat lengths ahead of the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. .50 metres to go now for Craighead. 2 boat lengths ahead of St Andrews. And within the last 100 metres now is the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Just a reminder for all crews, if you are rowing to the start, you should be in lane 1. Over the line goes the crew from St Andrews. And there comes Christchurch Girls High School down in third. So the Octies are on the course. They've let them go in race number 28, heat 1 of the boys under 15 Coxed Octuple Skulls. It is a heat, but they'll all go through to the final. And we got everybody started. It looks like, according to the screen, there is, but I'm not sure looking out there that's the case, but we'll see. Lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Samuel Edwards, Liam Randall, Samuel Richardson, Jack McStay, Theodore Thomas, John Riedel, Max Barclay, James Steele and Zakiah Smith is coxing them. Lane 3 is Christ College number 3, Blake Lewis, Darcy Dorrington, Boyle, Alex Rutherford, Seb Haley, George Metcalf, Oscar Malone, Will Donaldson, Morgan Clancy with Ali Coles the cox. Lane 4, Marlborough Boys College 1, Ben Musgrove, Ashton Underwood, Fergus Campbell, Oliver Wakelin, Brodie Mataroa, Louis Girling and Jock Flanahan with Hamish Lindstrom. Tyran Carter is the cox. Shay DeLuca is the stroke for Christ College 1 in lane 5 with Mark Reedy, George Wilson, Georgie Paver, George Matthews, Sam Hales, James Haddon, Angus Wallace and Daniel Wilson is the cox. Lane 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Judd Flannery, Nicholas Thorne, Tamati Denison, Levi Heffernan, Henry Lucas, Harrison Thode, Jack Scott, Eddie Burgess, Dylan Young is the cox. Lane 7, Christ College number 2, Logan Connolly, Noah Goodfellow, George Young, Harry Hansen, Fletcher Tapper, Alex Johnson, Finian Chan Allen, Max Erie with Jonty Gray the cox. That's my boy Hamish. And then lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Harvey Moyle, Spencer Allen, Lachlan Patterson, William Mackay, William Harrington, Tamanoa Hepi Kamo, and Harry Hegan, with Riley Blanken, with Connor Whelans the Cox. So we look out on the course, they're all coming down, which is good. Christchurch Boys High School resplendent in their pink row suits out there in lane 8, but it's coming out of Otago Boys High School in lane 6, across to Christ College 1. So Christ College 1 probably actually over Otago Boys. Inside Christ College is Marlborough Boys College 1. Then we go back to Christ College 3 and St Andrews number 1. So Christ College Otago Boys will be leading them through. As you can see them coming up to the 1,000 metre mark there on your screen. That's Christ College in lane 5. Otago Boys on the outside of there in lane 6, looking like they're about half a boat length back from them. Marlborough Boys College down there in lane 4, a further boat length back from the crew from Otago Boys. So all go through to the final. We're racing for positions. Next up after this, we're moving into race 29, the girls under 15, Cox 4, heat number 1, the first of 2 heats. They'll be moving into the gates shortly as these boys and their octies head into the last half of the course. The Otago Boys look like they are just alongside Christ College. Someone at Otago, must be the Cox, has got a high-vis cap on. So Otago Boys just from Christ College. Then Marlborough Boys still. Then we go outside to Christ College 2 and Christchurch Boys High School 1. Neck and neck, these two crews, Christ College and Otago Boys. 3 boat lengths back to Marlborough Boys, and then back we go to Christ College 2, and then Christchurch Boys High School 1 in the outside lane. Then it's back inside to Christ College 3 and St Andrews 1. So still another minute or so before that girls under 18, 15 Cox 4 is due to go. We continue to run on time, or slightly just ahead of it. Into the last 150 metres we go with Christ College and Otago Boys High in their under 15 octies. Christ College would have a half boat length lead over this Otago Boys crew from this angle. Then it's 3 boat lengths back to Marlborough Boys. Otago Boys not giving up, pulling back on them. Neck and neck they become. They'll go down to the line very shortly, and they'll do it all again on Sunday. In fact, Otago Boys are saying we want to finish first. It's neck and neck between these two crews. There's hardly anything in it. And if that, just on the line, I think Christ College got the swing, would go through first. We'll wait and see. Not much in that at all. They've gone through in 6:42. There's only half a second in that. That bodes well for a fun final as Marlborough Boys come down to take 3rd position in their octie. And then we'll go further back to Christ College number 2, have moved a boat length and a half ahead of Christchurch Boys High School. And then quite a way back now we go to the other 2 crews, Christ College 3 and St Andrews College 1. Got one scratching in the first heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4. That's Marlborough Girls College number 2. But starting in lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School 1 with Annie Ford, Quinn Abercrombie, Annabelle Urin, Frankie Leggett with Pippa Ford the Cox. In lane 5 is the Marlborough Girls College 1 crew with Sophie Saggers, Jessica Brown-Shy, Mila Van Reensburg, Grace Straker and Molly Wilkes coxing. Wakatipu High School number 1 are in lane 6. Madeline Harvey, Lucy Clark, April Bentley, Molly Shuttleworth and Katie Batrick as the cox. And in lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Ella Hill, Sophie Evans, Annabelle Diprose, Katie Veronese and Zoe Sullivan as the cox. So this is the under 15 cox 4. Progression is the fastest cruise to the final. Same holds for the second heat, which will be lining up shortly. But that first heat now heading towards the 500 metre mark. Marlborough Girls College 1 in front. Over Christchurch Girls High School 1 down there in lane 3. Wakatipu High School would be third out in lane 6. And Christchurch Girls High School 2 in lane 7, currently fourth at the early stage. So into the second half of the course, Marlborough Girls High School, or Marlborough Girls College, well in front. 3 boat lengths from Wakatipu High School. Back down here in lane 3, behind them then would be Christchurch Girls High School 1, and then in lane 7 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So just lining up in the gates for that second heat, due to go any moment soon. And there are no scratches in that. So while these other crews come down, we'll just look at the field for that second heat. Lane 3 will be Onslow College 1 with Abigail Holden, Georgie Moody, Isla Ramsden, Abby Stewart and Cameron Peacock coxing. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School number 2, Grace Kutha, Scarlett Blundell, Cameron Bates, Emma Andrew with Millie Ehrlich the cox. Waitaki Girls High School 1 will be in lane 5, Emily Southey, Sophie Rorock, Sophie Spittle, Kiala Fisherlau and Brianna Kingan as the cox. And St Margaret's 1 will be in lane 6, Aine Leeson, Jessica McDonald, Charlotte Brown, Anna Rutherford with Bella Harris the cox. So they won't be far away from start now. In fact, they're underway. And they're very spread out for some reason across the width of the course. So it'll be, so Onslow are definitely there, and Wakatipu and Waitaki and St Margaret's is back here in the first heat. Big effort going in here from Marlborough Girls College. 6 boat length lead over Wakatipu High School. A further 3 boat lengths back to Christchurch Girls High School 1, and then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School 2. Under 250 metres to go now for Marlborough Girls College 1. Sophie Saggers, Jessica Brown-Shee, Mila Van Rensburg and Grace Straker with Molly Wilkes directing them down the course. They are well ahead of the rest of the crews here. Christchurch Girls High School 1 of lane 3 have just started to move closer and closer to that Wakatipu crew, looking to take out the second position. They've upped their rating, but none of them will catch this Marlborough Girls College crew. So then behind them is Wakatipu. You just need to watch on their left-hand side will be the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Down to the line they come, half a dozen strokes of that. As a bit of a breeze starts to take hold across the course, you can just see the wind changing coming. There we go, 100 metres ahead of the Wakatipu crew, who just entered the 100 metres to go now. And then they are 3 boat lengths ahead of Christchurch Girls High School. So timing-wise, I've gone through an 8:01 for that under 15 Cox 4. And they're spread out in the second heat. St Margaret's ahead of Waitaki Girls. Back inside to Wakatipu. Back inside to Onslow. That's the order they're coming down in. As Christchurch Girls High School number 1 just go over the line here in the first heat. So Bella Harris coxing the St Margaret's College number 1 crew out in lane 6, which has a handy lead over Waitaki Girls High School. Brianna Kingan is coxing them in lane 5. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School, Millie Ehrlich the cox down there in lane 4. And they go in a nice straight jagged line back to lane 3, Onslow College 1 with Cameron Peacock the cox. So this is race number 30, heat 2 of the girls under 15 Cox 4. After this, of course, after 30 comes 31. So race 31 will be the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. All through to the final heat. Fairly full field. We'll bring that to you soon. As we just see these second heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4. Move into the second half of the course on their way up to the finish. So as they come through with St Margaret's leading Waitaki Girls, Wakatipu High School, and then Onslow College 1, we'll just take a look at that first field for the boys under 18. Or the field for the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. They're underway. Lane 2, no scratchings. Burnside High School 1, Max Wallace, Joel Hood, Thomas Peacock Price, Morgan Fryer with Emmanuel Landon Lane, the cox. In lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Tom Hearn, Kahurangi Watini, Matai Washburn, Albert Eden and Jasper Muir, the cox. Lane 4, Kashmir High School 1, Pablo Fitzgerald, Sam Evans, Jack McDonald, Archie McDonald, the twin brothers, I believe. Charlotte Clackworthy is the cox. Timaru Boys High School 1, Lane 5, Josh Bartlett, Ben Allen, William Talbot, Sam Wilson, Finn Golan is the cox. Lane 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Thomas Skur, Charlie Tisdale, Harry Graham, Alex Drummond with Ryan Nichol the cox. Lane 7, Ashburton College 1, Isaac Carr, Matthew Pearce, Henry Wallace, Zane Cameron with Lily Davidson the cox. And completing the field in lane 8 is Christ College 1 with Ryder McGuigan, Michael Taylor, Spencer Smith, and Raymond Brooks with Ollie Akawa the cox. So that is the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, the first heat. They are through their start sequence, heading up towards the 500. And we'll just have a quick look and see what's happening out there. It looks like Otago boys, Timaru boys are out there, and Kashmir in the middle of the course, and Shirley boys and Burnside High School. So very close early stages in that under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Just taking a look back out here because the second heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4 is coming to a conclusion. 300 metres to go, 250 metres to go. Let's try that one. 250 metres to go. St Margaret's College out there in lane 6. Whoops, one oar just went just about vertical then. Come back inside to Waitaki Girls High School. And Wakatipu back here in lane 4. And then we come down to Onslow College in lane 3. So there's some cross breeds out there making life a little bit challenging, particularly for these under 15s and 4s. But doing a great job to get down here in the course. Remembering the under 15s, unfortunately, won't get the opportunity to race at Marty. So this is their regatta this weekend. Just as that breeze starts to come up, slight wind over their right shoulder. So St Margaret's doing a good job here. 5 boat lengths ahead of Waitaki Girls. It looks like they've had more challenging conditions than maybe the first heat. The time will tell us that. Their first heat went through an 8:01. So we'll get a gauge of this as St Margaret's go over the line very shortly, and they look like they're probably ready for it. Still nice and tidy, but as they go over the line now, let's see what's happened. 8:24, so a bit of a difference there, 20-odd seconds. Conditions got a little bit tougher for them as we wait now for, and they've put in a good effort. There's a bit tired going over the line. Well done, ladies. And we look for Waitaki Girls coming through now. There they go, in second position. Wakatipu will take third, and then we'll be down here to Onslow College, who are just under 200 metres to go. As we watch coming along the course behind them, the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls, race 31. And Timaru boys have moved ahead. Timaru boys and Otago boys leading these crews down. So all will go to the final, but we're racing for lane positions. So Timaru boys in lane 5, Otago boys in lane 6. Christ College 1 outside there in lane 8. Then we come back across to Cashmere in lane 4. Just marginally ahead of them will be Shirley Boys High School in lane 3, who are in turn just ahead of Burnside High School, maybe by about a boat length. So that's the under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. They're into the second half of the course. Race 32 to follow will be the girls under 18 Coxless Pairs. And they're underway and out of the blocks. We'll just watch these under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls come down the course. So Timaru boys looking very comfortable, particularly in these conditions. Right up their alley, 2 boat lengths back to Otago boys. Then we go to Christ College, maybe Cashmere, hard to tell. Opposite sides of the course, fairly even. Back to Shirley boys, then we go across to Ashburton College in the mix. Heading through the 250, we've got a full field in the under 18 girls Coxless pair. Lane 2, Columba College, Isabel Gallagher and Madison Sullivan. Lane 3, Craighead Diocesan, Georgia Harrison and Savannah Paul. In lane 4, St Margaret's College 1, Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows. In lane 5, Rangiroa Girls School 1, Phoebe and Alice Wallace. In lane 6, Nelson College for Girls, Jessie Brown and Gemma Mead. Lane 7, St Kevin's College, Amelia Wilkinson and April Linares Fontana. And then in lane 8, from Marion College in their number 1 crew, Millie Blythe and Amelia Mates. But look at this lead that Timaru boys have got in front of us here for the girls, the boys, under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. 5 boat lengths more than likely over Otago boys. So they'll be claiming the middle lane. Then we go to Cashmere. Then we go to Christ College. Then Ashburton. Then across to Shirley boys. Not much in it between those crews. Shirley boys probably ahead of Ashburton. So all will go through to the final. This will just determine lanes. But when you get to the final, Timaru boys are looking like the favourites. In the girls under 18 Coxless pairs, Rangiroa out to a good start from St Margaret's, just outside of Rangiroa, Nelson College for girls. And then we go to St Kevin's. Those are the 4 in it. Just inside of St Margaret's is Craighead Diocesan, very even between them and Columba. So we can just see the second half of the course. There's a ripple going across there, so Just a challenge for these rowers as they come through, but making a good fist of it. Rangiruru from St Margaret's, Nelson College for girls, Craighead Diocesan. As well done, Timaru boys come across in that under 18 Cox quadruple scull. Gone through in 6:55. Targo boys coming down now. They've still got a 2 boat length lead over the crew from Cashmere, who will take third. Back now in fourth is Shirley Boys High School. Then we go across to Christ College number 1, back inside to Ashburton, and then it will be Burnside. Burnside just finishing a bit quick, and the Ashburton crew will be looking to nobble them on the line. And the way they're going, they will. Bit more. Shirley across the line now. Oh, not quite. Very close those last 3 boats. So again, with the girls under 18 coxless pairs, 1 heat, they'll all go through to the final. So they're racing for lanes today. So Amelia Wilkinson and April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's not doing too badly out there in lane 7. But it's still Phoebe and Alice Wallace from Rangiruru who would be leading. Maybe from that pair from St Kevin's. And then we go back to St Margaret's, Nelson College for girls, and then to Craighead. Still running a couple of minutes ahead of time because the boys under 16 Cox 4 that was due to go at 20-4 is already on the course. So we've got no scratchings there, so they're all away. In lane 2, Waitaki Boys High School, Lachlan McLaren, Jet Rogers, Harrison Ware, Lachlan Wright, Harry Callan. In lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Keegan Piper, Charlie Norton, Hamish McIntosh, Sven Ellis, and Jack Savage is coxing. In lane 4, Christ College 2, Johnny Benito, George Grace, Harry Vaughan, Archie Davidson with Thomas Wright coxing. In lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Williams Long, Sam Gamble, Jack Pitts, Charles Butterfield and Jonty Pye the cox. In lane 6, Christ College 1, Will McQuilkin, Jack Slater, Tom Rawstron, Darcy Laidlaw and Louis Nelson as the cox. In lane 7, Cashmere High School, Harry Pearce, James Martin, Jimmy Middleditch, Angus McKenzie and Meg McDonald is the cox. So they're underway, and that is the first of 2 heats in the boys under 16 Cox 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4 will go through to the final. All of the pairs in front of you will go through the final right now in the under 18s, and it is a big move in that last 100 metres from Rangiruru Girls School. Phoebe Wallace and Ali Wallace just making sure that they're going to wrap this one up. They're leading over St Margaret's College 1, Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows by probably 3 to 4 boat lengths. Outside of them to St Kevin's, back inside to Nelson College for girls, and then we go across to Craighead Diocesan. Columba College in lane 2 would be next, and Marion College out in lane 8 would be bringing up the field. And the boys under 16 Cox 4 Heat 1 that's underway. A good start there for Waitaki Boys and Shirley Boys. And also outside lanes to Christ College and Cashmere. Then back inside to St Andrews College 1. Really just Christ College 2 that's off the pace at this early stage for those crews. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So we've got 6 in that race. 2 are going to dip out. Looks like St Andrews have got the early lead there though. St Andrews, Christ College and Cashmere in the 3 outside lanes. A bit of splash coming from the inside lanes. As we come down here with 120 metres to go for Rangiruru and the girls under 18 Coxless pair. 4 boat lengths ahead of St Margaret's. A further 4 boat lengths back would be to St Kevin's, just ahead of Nelson College for girls. And Nelson College for girls and Craighead fairly even with each other. Craighead just moving a little bit smoother now over that Nelson College crew. But a great effort here from Ringi Ruru, Phoebe and Alice Wallace, coached by Logan Keys. 50 metres to go for them. And they will get the choice of the lanes. Well, they'll be given the middle lane for the final. And the buzzer is theirs. And they've gone through an 8:07 for the under-18 coxless pair as St Margaret start to go through the last 20 or 30 metres of their race. 100 metres to go and under now for St Kevin's in lane 7. Diocesan and Nelson College for Girls still fairly even. As we watch that first heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4 make their way down the course. And St Andrews looking quite comfortable out there in the middle of the course, just ahead of Christ College and Cashmere. Inside from them is Shirley Boys High, will be next, right alongside Waitaki Boys. And it is Christ College number 2 just out of that. So remember, we've got 4 to go through from this. 2 crews are going to dip out. So St Andrews looking good with Christ College and Cashmere. Although down here in lane 2, Waitaki starting to make some movement alongside that Shirley Boys High School crew. It's just really Christ College number 2 looking a little bit out of it at this stage. Although Cashmere starting to fall back a bit. They'd started fairly strongly. Now starting to find the going a bit too tough, as it's St Andrews College looking very strong from Christ College number 1. Back inside to Shirley Boys and Waitaki is where it's looking like the 4 at this stage. So Cashmere just struggling in this last half of the race. Second heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4 just getting ready to go. So impressive rowing here now from St Andrews College. If anything, they look like they've lifted it with Jonty Pye in the coxswain seat. He said 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the final, but we want to be the fastest one through. So he's giving them their riding instructions. From Christ College. And Shirley Boys High still rowing strongly down there in lane number 3. They'll be third at the moment. Just inside of them, Waitaki Boys High School. So those are the 4 that are looking like they're going to head through. Christ College number 2 just drawing alongside Cashmere. Those are the 2 that are looking like they may dip out. Certainly won't be the crew from St Andrews. They've done a great job. They'll be 4 to 5 boat lengths ahead of the Shirley Boys High, just drawing alongside Christ College and maybe moving through them, which will give them a great lane for the final. And Waitaki will be 4th. Christ College number 2 just continuing to gain and go through Cashmere. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews in this first heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4. $50 metres to go for them. Into the 100 metres to go, we've got Christ College and Shirley Boys High School entering the last 100 almost at the same time. So will Shirley finish second or will Christ finish second to get that position? So over the line now goes St Andrews. Christ College just marginally ahead of Shirley Boys High, so it'll be half a canvas. Finishing second is Christ College, then Shirley Boys, and then we come down to Waitaki Boys High. Those are the 4 that will go through to the final, with Christ College number 2 and Cashmere missing out. Second heat is underway. Still running right on time. They've been let go at 3:45. So we've got 1 scratching in there, which is in lane 7, which is St Andrews College number 3. So again, we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final. We've just got the 5 crews who are starting, so there's going to be someone miss out. Which one will it be? Let's wait and see. Lane 2, Onslow College 2, Sid McQueen, Spencer Saywell, Paravano, Thomas Robinson, Bladen Rowe and Lila Patchett is coxing them. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, Reuben Frost, Rick O'Reilly, Matthew Dennis, Sean Rooney, Grayson Faulkner is coxing. Lane 4, Onslow College 1, Guy Curry Stanton, Oliver Cuthbert, Matthew Boutel, Jack Jordan, Hugo Montgomery is the cox. And lane 5, St Bede's College 1, Matthew Glenn, Thomas Woodgate, Luke Hickling, Josh Harmer, Max Walsh is the cox. And in lane 6, St Andrews College 2, Jake Burrows, Kobe Good, Noah Smith, William Preble, with William Tavendale the Cox. And it's all happening in the middle. It's Christchurch Boys High School 3, Onslow College 1, St Bede's College 1, and St Andrews College 2, which is just about everybody. There's been a bit of an issue, though. It looks like we might have a boat that's not in the right position. In fact, we've got a bit of an issue sitting back down inside of Onslow College number 2. Might have had some challenges. So maybe we can see more of that in the live stream. It looks like Christchurch Boys High School number 3 have had to change lane, or they're being asked to change their lane. What we can say is that St Andrews College 2 is leading from St Bede's. Then we go back to Onslow College 1 and Onslow 2, and then we go back to Christchurch Boys High. So we've got through the 1,000 there now. Just trying to work out what's happened in the start there. We've got a capsize in the middle of the course somewhere. So we see St Andrews 2, we can see St Bede's, and then we see Onslow 1. Christchurch Boys High School 3 have moved into about lane 2 by the look of it, and Onslow College 2 are now in lane 3. That's the best I can come up with. And there is a boat being moved off from about the 1,000 mark. That's all happening. So that's the boys under 16 Cox 4 Heat 2. Plenty going on, and they're still coming down the course. St Andrews 2 and St Bede's. Back then to Onslow number 1. Then Onslow 2. Then Christchurch Boys High School 3. That first heat went through in 7:20 for the boys under 16-4. So we'll see what we get out of this one as St Bede's looking very strong coming down there now. 2 boat length lead over St Andrews College number 2. Back further then to Onslow College number 1. Very close to each other are Onslow 2 and Christchurch Boys High School 3. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final. Christchurch Boys High School 3 have moved ahead of Onslow 2 to maybe secure that 4th spot, but it's definitely going to be St Bede's. Cox by Max Walsh. They're coming down with 120 metres to go ahead of St Andrews College number 2, Cox by William Tavendale. Then we come back across this Onslow College 1 with Hugo Montgomery in the Cox's position. And then it is Grayson Faulkner coxing the Christchurch Boys High School 3 crew. So a nice strong row here from Dale's St Bede's College crew. St Andrews College number 2, coached by Guy Williams. Then we come across to Onslow College, coached by Jason Theobald. So 80 metres to go now for St Bede's. Girls under 16, Cox State, will be coming down the course very shortly, and they are. We have some issues on the... There's a boat... Oh, wherever that one happens. So St Bede's over the line. And St Andrews coming down the line. They'll take second. And St Onslow College will take third. And Christchurch Boys High School 3 will finish in the fourth position to take that other qualifying point. We have on the field the girls under 16 Cox State Heat 1, but there's also some other traffic on the course, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here, but we'll just call the field out and see what happens anyway. Lane 2, St Margaret's College 1, Phoebe Wilson, Lucy Todd, Cara Gooding, Belize Macquarie, Olivia Hawke, Charlotte Coughlin, Evie Leeson, India Broomhall with Neve Cassidy the Cox. Lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School 2, Sophie Evans, Marianne Algery, Harriet Matthews, Olivia Trolov, Holly Smith, Elsie Lowe, Annabelle Glasson, Annabelle Hance, and Poppy Jarman as the Cox. Marion College 2, Kaya Louise, Annabelle Brown, Hannah Kennedy, Sophie Hurring, Olivia Toomey, Sienna Aiken, Tamara Adams, Nina Cottrell, Charlotte Pender as the Cox. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane 5, Alex Hawkesby, Ella Harris, Sophie Schneiderman, Millie Gallagher, Lucy Vance, Alice Ferguson, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Quosell and Bridget Pye as the Cox. In lane 6, Marion College 1, Katie Highgate, Isabel Anderson O'Neill, Georgia Crowther, Neela Penrose, Charlotte Peterson, Carla Bringrell, Faya Wayman, Francesca Tahikare, and Maeve Montgomery McCarthy as the Cox. They look like they've navigated whatever was happening in the middle of the course. There's a few lane changes, but it is Rangiruru Girls School number 1 who are out in front from Marion College. And then we come back down to St Margaret's in lane 2. And then it is across to Marion number 2 and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So 2 heats of the girls under 16 Cox 8. Fastest cruise through to the final. And a good showing here already from Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Then St Margaret's back inside of them would be second. On the outside lane we go to Marion College 1 putting in a good showing. And back, and then we look at Marion 2 and Christchurch Girls High School 2. This is the heat 1 of 2 of the girls under 16 Cox 8. So well in front, Rangiruru from St Margaret's. Then back to Marion College number 1. Heat 2 moving into the starting gates. So heat 2 underway, heading down the course. Rangiruru number 1 well ahead in this particular race from St Margaret's. This is race heat 1, race 35, girls under 16 Cox 8. Fastest through to the final. Just looking at the crews that are coming through in that second heat as we get through them. But it's Rangiruru really getting through this race pretty quickly from St Margaret's. Then we go back to Marion College. So St Margaret's and Rangiruru have stuck with each other in the same sort of ratio, but they've moved away from the rest of the field in this last 250 metres, with Marion number 1 moving back and Marion number 2 behind them, then back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. In fact, Christchurch Girls High School number 2 would be ahead of Marion 2. So 150 metres to go now for this Rangiruru crew, who would be 2 boat lengths ahead of St Margaret's College. 50 metres to go now for this Rangiroa crew, looking very tight as they come down to the line. First heat through of the girls under 16 Coxed 8. They'll win this quite handsomely by probably 4 boat lengths over St Margaret's down here in lane 2. And then another 6 boat lengths back to Marion College. We look at what's happening in the what have they gone through in 7:06 and 7:21 is what the boys under 16 Cox 4 previous heat went through. So second heat of the girls under 16 Cox 8. Lane 3 is Waitaki Girls High School with Zoe Isbister, Kalani Fisalau, Evie Wilson, Sophie Robruck, Brooke Taylor, Emma Spittle, Sophie Spittle, Kayla Fisalau, Brianna Kingan as the Cox. Lane 4, Villa Maria College 1 with Lexi Dixon, Molly Nayhoff, Minnie Edwards, Neve Graham, Jess Loader, Gabriella Kennedy, Lucy Morrison, Kate Young with Kiara Thiel the Cox. Lane 5, St Hilda's Collegiate, Anna Fulton, Elsie Burnside, Perry Hoare, Olivia Ollerenshaw, Ruby Flannery, A.M. Matoa and Jessica Broderick with Maggie Dowling and Bonnie McGregor as the Cox. And then lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Coco Chaffney, Charlie Hellier, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Kate Smith, Imogen Constable, Kira Wolfe, Rosa Robert, Taylor Bishop, Erin Kang is the Cox. Fastest to go through. Out in the outside lane, Christchurch Girls High School 1 is in the lead and the rest of them are behind them, all in a row together. So Waitaki Girls High School, Villa Maria and St Hilda's Collegiate are having their own little race, all following Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So Christchurch Girls High School 1 out in lane 6 are in charge of this. So this is race 36, the girls under 16 Coxed 8. After that we'll have race 37, which is the boys under 18 Novice Coxed 8. I've just been informed, and you might have noticed that some of the conditions have started to lift a bit as far as wind goes. From race 38, the remainder of today's racing will be from the 1,000 metre mark. So from race 38, which is the girls under 18 Novice Double Sculls, the remainder of the races for today will be from the 1,000 metre mark. So the girls under 16 Coxed 8, second heat is on its way down. Christchurch Girls High School 1, coxed by Erin Kang and coached by Megan Lass, still well out in front. And then back inside we go to, in second position would be Waitaki Girls High School in lane 3. Lane 4, Villa Maria College 1. And then we go back to St Hilda's Collegiate lane 5. So the next race to go, supposedly from the 1,000, is the boys under 18 Novice Coxed 8. They might want to tell that to the doubles that are sitting out in the middle of the race course and are now moving back. So the breeze just got up, made life difficult down the other end of the course, and there's been a couple of 3 capsizes of crews warming up in the bay, which we've seen in the middle of the course. As we see one of the last 2,000 metre races of the day to come down. Second heat of the girls under 16 Coxed 8. A good showing here from Christchurch Girls High School 1. Still comfortably ahead, although Waitaki Girls down here in lane 3 are gaining on them and moving away from Villa Maria and St Hilda's. $150 metres to go now for Christchurch Girls High School 1. Still comfortably ahead of Waitaki Girls, who are moving away from Villa Maria. So these will go through and join the fastest crews in the previous heat to go through to the final. So Christchurch Girls go over the line, and Waitaki Girls will be next, followed by Villa Maria. Then we'll go back to St Hilda's Collegiate. So they have gone through in 7:22. So 16 seconds slower than the previous race. A lot of that will be to do with the changing conditions on the course, of course, which is why we are going to move to 1,000-metre races after race 38 or 38 onwards. This is race 37 due to go very shortly, if it hasn't gone already, which is the boys under 18 novice cock state, and they are underway. So this is race number 37. All started, and lane 2, Onslow College 1. Toby Forgan, Liam Deadman, Marcus Deadman, Isaac Living, Ted Henderson, Oliver Scott Cowie, Liam Butler, Hamish Clark, Alan Hammond is the Cox. Lane 3, Otago Boys High School, Flynn Wilson, Thomas Tisdall, Angus Beaton, Finn McLean, Ben Thompson, Zion Wilkio, Nicholas Tom, Victor Edwards, Harvey Brown as the Cox. In lane 4, St Bede's College 1, Harry Cornane, Bruno Dooley, Callum Moore, B. Guerra, Joseph Fitzgerald, Sam McAfee, Hugo Van Heeren, Quinn O'Sullivan, Dominic Morgan as the Cox. In lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Jack Slaughter, Max Barclay, Benjamin Bolton, Thomas White, James Brown, William Curry, Max Murphy, Logan Gardner with Olivia DeJoux, the Cox. St Andrews College number 2 is in lane 6 with Samuel Richardson, Jack McStay, John Reedy, Theodore Thomas, James Brown, Bradley Hughes, James Steele, Liam Rendell, Katie Steele as the Cox. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Ben Rowe, Finn Gunders, William Curry, Ricky Tivitt, Winter Copeland, George McGoofy, Benson Winters, Archie Winters, and Connor Whelans as the Cox. And then in lane 8, we've got Shirley Boys High School 1 out there with Lachlan Marriott, AJ Jordan, Mason Wright, Max Henry, Shannon Muir, Lachlan Rosser, Harry Rayhana, Hector Gabrielson, and Jasper Muir as the Cox. As these guys head down the last 2,000 metre race of the day before we move to the 1,000, St Bede's College looking strong out there in lane 4. Outside of them in lane 5 is St Andrews College 1. Then we go to Christchurch Boys High School 1 in lane 7. Outside of them is Shirley Boys High School 1. And you can see the conditions have changed that first 1,000 metres. There's a bit of splash coming off some of those oars. As the breeze comes up from where it is on a day like today, it gets the hardest in that first 1K. But St Bede's are handling it okay at the moment. Onslow College 1 not going too badly down there in lane 2. Inside of them is Otago Boys High School number 1, but it's still St Bede's. St Bede's from St Andrews College 1, and then from Christchurch Boys High School 1 and Shirley Boys. So as these crews go through the 1,000, they will start to put the crews out onto the course for the 1,000 metre starts. So the last 10 races of the day will be from the 1,000 metre mark. And you can see where's the camera on the 1,000 metre mark as that St Bede's crew is coming up and going through there in front of your camera now with a very significant lead at this early stage, handling the conditions well. Dominic Morgan giving them their instructions. Well, that's a big lead for 1,000 metres into a race. So all go through to the final on Sunday, but as with any of these races, if we get wind comes up or it blows, then the title goes to those that have done the best in the races that were run before, so you never leave anything to chance. St B's not doing that. They're getting well out in front in this race. Onslow College would be showing quite strongly in lane 2, maybe in second position. Then it's St Andrews College number 1. Outside we go to Christchurch Boys High School. I've just moved past Shirley Boys High in lane 8. Inside of Christchurch Boys High School 1 is St Andrews 2. So St Bede's with 750 metres to go and a very big lead over now from St Andrews College 1 and Onslow College 1. So an impressive row for an under 18 novice coxed 8. St Andrews now well ahead of the crew from Onslow College, so definitely St B's, then St Andrews. Otago Boys High School not letting go of Onslow, be looking to move up on them. 500 metres to go now for the St Bede's crew. Next race up will be race 38, the girls under 18 novice double sculls. They're moving out onto the course. They'll be starting for the 1,000 metre mark. So we'll be able to bring you those starts, hopefully, on the 1K camera. Not too many of them would have had the standing starts for a while. Certainly at training they will have done. As St Bede's move down well into the end of the course for them. 5-6 boat lengths ahead of St Andrews. Onslow College will continue to move and are clear third now. Shaking off any attempt or challenge from Otago Boys. Then it's out into the middle of the course with Christchurch Boys High School, who have moved clear of Shirley Boys. Inside of them is St Andrews College number 2. So St Bede's well clear. Over 100 metres back it would be to St Andrews College number 1. Looking very strong. Good parallels for an under 18 novice crew. They've done some work, these boys. Looking very tight as they come down to the line. 50 metres to go and still 100 metres back to St Andrews number 1. 2 boat lengths back from St Andrews number 1 to Onslow College, and then it'll be another 2 boat lengths back to Otago Boys, then to Christchurch Boys High, then back to St Andrews number 2, and Shirley Boys just starting to feel the heat in this last half of the race. Maybe they've had a couple of issues in that boat. Over the line quite comfortably, St Bede's. Good row from them. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews number 1. As Olivia Dejoux takes them down to the line. A good South Canterbury name, Dejoux. Just a message for all crews. Can we please hold all crews going onto the line, onto the course at the moment, please? All crews hold going onto the course while the umpires organise the situation down at the 1K start. So all crews, please hold going onto the water until further notice. Thank you. So as the breeze continues to come up, we've just got some congestion down at the 1K, ready for the 1K start of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. And we can tell you that the boys novice coxed 8s went through in 6:45. So they've got 2, 3 heats, 4 heats of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. So if those crews are already on the water, it will be congestion time down there. So just repeating the message from the chief umpire, please hold any further crews going onto the water at this stage. So 4:05 we're due to start with race 38, the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Just running behind now while we sort out life from the 1K start. And when that race does go, in lane 2 will be Marlborough Girls College 2, Mackenzie Sampson and Taylor Lyford. Lane 3 will be Cashmere High School 1, Morna Duncan and Lucy Lill. In lane 4 will be Columba College 1, Charlie Sinclair and Grace Heath. In lane 5 will be Otago Girls High School 1, Emma Small and Eva Reynolds. In lane 6 will be Columba College 2 with Kiara Patterson and Briar Duncan. Lane 7 will be Onslow College 1 with Scarlett Ashington and Olivia Martin. And in lane 8 is Burnside High School, Neela Kartani and Myla Wood. So they're just trying to line those crews up now. There has been a little bit of carnage in terms of capsizing down at the 1K in the bay and warming up. So there may be 1 or 2 that don't start, but we'll just call it as we see it. Just a reminder to all crews, please, no more loading onto the water at this stage until we have got the situation clear down at the 1K. So if you just joined into us on the live stream and wondering what's happening, we're just moving the start of the last 10 races of the day through to starts from the 1K. It's got quite windy and choppy in the first half of the course. You can see the white caps further up. We can see them from here, but in saying that, it does make it challenging for these crews to get into position for starting from the 1K. So just waiting for the first race to get underway, which will be Heat 1 of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. And although they've been training all year, some of these conditions are still quite challenging for novices and double sculls. And you can see we've got footage there of the live stream of the crews at the 1K trying to get themselves into position. In fact, I haven't had any official word, but it looks to me like they're moving them. Looks more like Circular Quay in Sydney than the start of a rowing race down there. There is craft everywhere. So, educated guess would be that we're in for a delay. It looks like they've moved the crews off the course. So quite challenging for the officials to work out what to do next and how to approach it. So just running on the first race, which is due to be Marlborough Girls College, Cashmere High School, Columba College, Otago Girls, Columba College, Onslow and Burnside. I can see those crews starting to form up close to their lanes at least. on your live stream, you can see a couple of those crews starting to move into position. So it looks like we're starting to get some organisation down the end there. You can see the crews coming up into line, and they won't be used to necessarily backing up and positioning themselves into positions like this, unlike many of the masters, although they normally arrive late. So Chief Starter Justin Wall will be down there lining them up, and we'll be getting them ready to go. So it does look as though we're going to have a full field. I can see Marlborough Girls out there, Kashmir. I can see Columba, Otago Girls, then Columba again. I can see Burnside High School out there, and Onslow College. So just waiting for them to get in position. So 7 in the field, and they're away. So there you go. Great view on the live stream of a 1K start. New territory for a lot of these crews as they head away. So a little bit of directional change for some of them, but a quick start there in the middle by Otago Girls High School. And then we go across from Marlborough Girls, who are just ahead of Kashmir, then to Columba College. Outside we then go to Otago Girls High School, and then to Columba College again, back inside to Onslow College, and then Burnside 2. So just a reminder, this is the girls under 18 novice double sculls, heat number 1. 1 and 2 will go through to the A final. 3 and 4 will go through to the B final. There are 4 heats to come. So we look down the course, seeing the best of it. It's Columba College in lane 4, looking at an early lead over Otago Girls High School down there in lane 5. Outside to Columba College from them, and then we go right out to Burnside High School in lane 8, who are doing well out there in the hardest place to row when it gets a bit windy. So a good effort there at the moment from Neela and Mila. Just come back inside to Columba College number 2. And then we come down to Columba College number 1. Those are the crews that are making the better fist of it now. And they get into the better half of the course because it's turned to custard up the top. So 2 to go through. And it's looking like Columba College and Columba College at the moment, with Burnside High School on the outside. Down in lane 1, Marlborough Girls. Some of these crews will take a while to get into the rhythm of racing a 1K race. It'll be completely different pattern to what they're expecting. But Columba and Burnside are where it's at the moment. So Columba 2 were leading to start with, Ciara and Briar, but Charlie and Grace and Columba 1 look like they've picked up their mojo and they're underway. So they're heading down in lane 4, they would be in front. From Columba 2, then outside to Burnside. Back inside next would be Marlborough Girls College down in lane 2 as we start to form up the second race. Heat number 2, they'll all be getting into position and rowing down into their 2K starts. 500 metres to go, and less than that for Columba 1, who have moved ahead of Columba 2 and are looking stronger and stronger as the race goes on. Marlborough Girls College number 2 in lane 2 are looking like they would be in 3rd position, and outside they're in lane 8 and probably 4th now is Burnside High School. Back inside to lane 4 for Columba College, and then we see Otago Girls High School in lane 5, then dropping back would be Onslow in lane 7. So 2 to go through, 1 and 2 to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B final. So 1 and 2 still looking like Columba College. Kashmir starting to make some ground on Marlborough Girls College number 2, who are perhaps a little bit close to the boys. They might want to move away from there, because that's going to hold them back. But Columba College done well. Slow to get started, getting the hang of the 1K race, but they've done well now. They've got a 2-boat length lead, have Charlie and Grace over their number 2 crew, Ciara and Briar. Back down here to Marlborough Girls number 2. Kashmir are gaining on them. Otago Girls number 1, Emma and Viva, they've started to pick their rate up too. So they're now heading into their 4th, starting to move on Marlborough College. Just falling away a bit in the outside lane. Not easy out there for Burnside. But 50 metres to go. It'll be Columba College number 1 down here in lane 4, who will get through into the A final out of this first heat. Through they go over the line now. 3 boat lengths they are ahead of their number 2 crew. And the little fight down here, Otago Girls High School number 1, Emma and Eva, they're going to finish in 3rd position. Good little last piece of the race for them to finish just ahead of Marlborough. There you go. So Columba 1 and 2 through to the A final, and then it is Otago girls and Marlborough girls through to the B final in the first of our 1K races. We'll just wait and see whether the system is taking times for that or not. So program will be running a little bit late now. So just waiting for them to line up in the second heat. And we were getting times taken on that, so that's pretty good. 3:57 was the 1K time for that first heat. So heat 2 we wait for. Again, the first 2 will go through to the A final and 3 and 4 will go through to the B final. They'll be getting themselves into position, as you can see. In lane 2 will be St Andrews College 1, Georgie Veronese and Holly Thomas. In lane 3, Marion College 1, Harriet Malaya and Sophie Stewart. In lane 4, Mount Aspiring College 1, which will be Annie Wells and Lola Ritchie. Lane 5, Burnside High School 1, Laura Ryle and Jessica Rankin. In lane 6, Villa Maria 1, Ruby Armstrong and Georgia Cornane. And lane 7 will be Villa Maria 3, Harriet Wiseman and Malachi Martin. So started bringing them into line. Thanks for your patience, team. We've got the okay from the chief umpire that crews can continue to get back on the water now. So all crews that need to get back on the water can start doing so. So that's good as this race heads down heat number 2 of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. And away cleanly in the middle of the course they are. Mount Aspiring College 1. Then outside of them to Villa Maria College. Back inside to Burnside. Then down here in lane 1, St Andrews College. So 1 and 2 to go through the A final, 3 and 4 to the B final. So all crews are okay to get back onto the water now, as they would have been doing previously. So Mount Aspiring College well in front from Villa Maria 1, then back inside to Burnside. Then we come across to St Andrews College 1, back inside then Marion College. So 1 and 2 will go through the A final. 3 and 4 through to the B final. If you've just joined us on the live stream, just a reminder that all the remaining races today are taking place over 1,000 metres due to the windy conditions in the first half of the course. And Mount Aspiring College here, Annie Wells and Lola Ritchie handling these conditions really well. They would be 3 boat lengths out in front of, down there in lane 2, Georgie Veronese and Holly Thomas from St Andrews College in the number 1 crew. Then we have a line-up there. It looks like Marion College lined up with Burnside and lined up with Villa Maria number 1. So Mount Aspiring are going to take at this stage, you would think, the first go through, and there's been St Andrews College have crabbed. So they've just crabbed down there in lane 2. That's unfortunate for those girls that got themselves going again now, but that allowed Marion College to go through on them, and they've lost a bit of ground to Burnside High School out there in lane 5. So there's your opportunity, those other crews. Unfortunately, that's what happens. But Marion College in number 1 are just ahead now of that St Andrews crew. Out here in the middle, though, it's Mount Aspiring College. They would be 5 lengths ahead of. Out there on the outside lane, they're just sneaking through is Villa Maria. Villa Maria number 1. Now, they've done some work out there. They've moved ahead of Burnside. Are they just align them? No, they'll be ahead of Burnside. St Andrews have really recovered well from that crab they had, and they are still back in the gun. So they're looking like between them and Villa for the second position. So the finish here will be interesting from the remaining crews. It is still Mount Aspiring College, from Villa, from St Andrews, from Marion, from Burnside, and then out to Villa Maria number 3 in that tricky outside lane. They're out there in lane 7. So Mount Aspiring to go through. They've got 100 metres to go, and if they keep it tidy, they'll do well and go easily over the line. In the second heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. So between Villa and St Andrews at this stage for that next position. Down to the line they come. Great row there from Annie Wells and Lola Ritchie, Mount Aspiring College 1. Probably like glass conditions for them. But the interesting race here is between Villa Maria number 1 and St Andrews. St Andrews, who crabbed a couple hundred metres ago, they've done well and they've moved ahead of Villa. They'll take the second position the way they're going to get through into the A final. And then it will be Villa and Marion to go through to the B final. So there's still not much in it though. St Andrews, you need to keep going. You need to go. It's just going to be by half a canvas over the line. They finish second and take that spot. Good recovery, girls. Third goes to Villa Maria. Fourth to Marion. And fifth down to Burnside. And then just in the outside lane will be Villa Maria College number 3. And they have gone through in 3:55. So very similar time, just 2 seconds in it to the previous race. As we move on to Heat 3, and it looks like the starting team have got their everything underway down there and going really quickly. So lane 2, St Kevin's College number 1, which is Chloe Southern and Atlanta McDowell Williams. Lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 2, Anika Massey and Lucy Mybach. In lane 4, St Hilda's College 1, Sienna Hoare and Lucy Burke. In lane 5, Kashmir High School 2, Morna Duncan, Eliza Omega. In lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Honor Garden and Stella Deneen. In lane 7, Marion College 2, Amelia Manda and Sophie Connor. It looks like it is St Hilda's Collegiate, so Mount Aspiring College 2. Not all crews have started, would seem to be the case, so it doesn't like Kashmir have made the start. The 2 St Hilda's crews are out there. So St Hilda's number 1 is in the middle of the course and leading from on the outside lane Marion 2. Then we come back to probably St Hilda's number 2, and then back inside again to Mount Aspiring number 2, and then way back there in lane 1 is St Kevin's College. So we do know that 1 or 2 crews had a couple of incidents in the bay and perhaps got wetter than they wanted to, so they may not have reached the start line. So again here though, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final, 3 and 4 to go to the B final. St Hilda's will be thinking they've got a chance of getting 2 St Hilda's through into that A final. Mount Aspiring though in lane 3 will be having something to say about that. And their very outside lane, Marion College 2, not making a bad fist of it. It is challenging out there. So this is the third. There's another heat of the under 18 double sculls to go after that. Just a reminder to all crews, you are now free to take the water in preparation for your racing. Mount Aspiring have moved through on St Hilda's number 2. So St Hilda's number 1 and Mount Aspiring College 2, so that'll give Mount Aspiring 2 crews in the A final if these guys can make it through. But St Hilda's 1 doing well out there. Sienna Hoare and Lucy Burke, coached there by Mike Hill. So St Hilda's 1 from Mount Aspiring, and then St Hilda's 2. So St Hilda's 2 with some work to do. This is race 40, another 8 races to go after this. just lining up the next heat down at the 1K. As you might see on your screen as we go through the last 250 metres. So St Hilda's College number 1 in lane 4. 2 boat lengths ahead of Mount Aspiring College 2, Anika Massey and Lucy Mybach. So coaches Rachel O'Connor and Matt Rickard looking like having 2 crews at least in the final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls, as these crews are heading down strongly in the last 50 or 60 metres. Third looks like it's probably going to be between St Hilda's number 2 and St Kevin's down here in lane 2, with Marion College to follow. Across the line they go. Well done to Sienna and Lucy. High five between them, well earned. They've probably been on the water for a while, not easy in a double scull. Across the line they go, Mount Aspiring. And strong finish coming down here in lane 2 from St Kevin's. They'll finish 4th behind St Hilda's number 2, 3rd, and they'll get themselves a B final. So they'll be pleased with that. So just waiting for the 4th heat to go as they're being lined up down there. We'll see, they might already be underway. So in lane 2, Avonside Girls High School 2, Ruby Keenan, Sarah Webley. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Anika Johnson and Paige Johnstone and Johnson. Lane 4, Craighead Diocesan, Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon. Lane 5, Otago Girls High School 2, Monica Ida and Bella Wilson. Lane 6, Marlborough Girls College, Charlotte Thomas and Liz Poisma. And lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Alice Fissenden and Aria Wilk. And it's coming out of Otago Girls by the look of it in the middle of the course. So out there in lane 6 is Marlborough Girls. Craighead Diocesan. It's the Gordons. The Gordons are in front. Outside of them is, in second position, it looks like Otago Girls and then Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls will be second at the moment. Marlborough Girls ahead of Otago Girls. Then it's the 2 Avonside crews neck and neck. And then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So 1 and 2 to go through the A final. 3 and 4 to the B final. 4:04 was the time for the previous heat. A little bit slower than the previous 2, but nonetheless a good result for those that got through. So, still Diocesan. Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon, coached by Dean Milne. Comfortably leading by a boat length from Otago Girls High School and then Marlborough Girls. Those are the 3. So it'll be at this stage between Otago Girls and Marlborough Girls for that second qualifying spot, providing that Diocesan hold on to this lead. That means that Avonside Girls 1, who are now a boat length ahead of Avonside Girls 2, are probably in the running for that spot for the B final. So this will round out the girls under 18 novice double sculls, and then we'll move into the boys under 17 double sculls, of which we have 3 heats. Still comfortable for Craighead Diocesan, but Marlborough Girls and Otago Girls are just fighting out that second position. And to see this Avonside Girls High School crew down here in lane 3, they've made a great set of movements in the last 300 metres. They're now challenging for that second position. Got a nice run on their boat, and they're moving a little bit quicker than that Otago Girls High School crew out in lane 5. So this could be where the battle for second takes place. They're all still chasing Craighead Dice, and they're doing it nice and easy, the Gordons, as they come down. But the action's coming out of this crew from Avonside Girls. So Anika Johnston and Paige Johnson, if they keep moving the way they are, they will take second. They're still moving nicely. They're actually rowing a little bit longer than that crew from Otago Girls. They're going to have to move their hands. In fact, they've gone through that Otago Girls crew, have Avonside. So Diocesan, 4 boat length lead over Avonside Girls, who are into 100 metres to go now. And there go Otago Girls. So nice row here from Avonside Girls. They'll get themselves through to the A final. That well deserved. They just keep on going that way. As across the line now goes Craighead Diocesan. Here comes Avonside Girls now. They've got 70, 80 minutes to go. Now they have a boat length lead over Otago Girls. They got a good run early on and they kept it going. Just moved past Otago Girls, who bravely will end up in the B final, along with Marlborough Girls just outside of them. So over they go now, Avonside Girls. Well done. And then across the line now goes Otago. Maybe just stopped a little bit early, one of the crew members. And floating across the line now, there goes Marlborough Girls. So as we head back out now, that's that under 18 novice double sculls completed. Exactly the same time basically for the previous heat, 4:04. As we look out to the boys under 17 double sculls being led down there by Shirley Boys High School out there in lane 5. We've got John McGlashan College in lane 2, Reuben Allison and Yarn Hollows. Lane 3, Burnside High School, Emmanuel Langdon Lane and Sam Lamont. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School, just ahead of Shirley Boys at this stage, Marley King Smith and Sam McAtamany. And then Shirley Boys in lane 5, Oliver Ellis and Liam Collins. Lane 6, Burnside High School number 2, Thomas Peacock Price and Morgan Fryer. And in lane 7, Onslow College 1, Jamie Reardon and Sam Cooper. 1 and 2 through to the A final, plus the 2 next fastest. It's Wakatipu High School by half a boat length over Shirley Boys High School. They would then in turn be another boat length ahead of Burnside High number 1. And then back in 4th position, we would probably have John McGlashan 1. So Shirley Boys are sitting in 2nd. We want to protect that from Burnside because it's 1 and 2 through. But Burnside look to be rowing with a little bit more urgency than Shirley Boys High School. And we might see what we've just seen in the previous race with Avonside poking through a lot quicker at the end. So it still is Wakatipu High School, Marty King Smith and Sam McAtamany. But the fight is for 2nd between Shirley Boys and Burnside High School. At this stage it looks like Shirley Boys just, but Burnside look busier and with a bit more urgency. So into the last 100 goes Marlborough Boys. Now goes Shirley. Burnside's still a little bit of work to do because Shirley are ahead of them. But it's Wakatipu. Now just a boat length ahead of Shirley Boys High School. Oliver and Liam have lifted and they've started to move away from that Burnside crew. So the 1 and 2 that will go through to the A final from this race will be Wakatipu and Shirley Boys, which means we then have Burnside High School coming down. Now 2 next fastest to go through. So these guys might be in with a chance. They'll finish 3rd, which is Emmanuel and Sam. Further back down we see Burnside number 2, Thomas and Morgan coming in 4th position. And then on the outside lane, Jamie and Sam from Onslow College will be neck and neck. They're just ahead of John McGlashan, finishing strongly down here on the lane 2. And across they go. Let's see what time the gentleman went across in. The gentleman went across in 3:25. First heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. Second heat is on the course. We've got a scratching in lane 2, which was St Thomas's of Canterbury. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 3, Lockie Kendrick and Joel Arona. Lane 4, Shirley Boys High School 1, Tim Chapman and Sam Clark. Lane 5, Cromwell College 1, Harrison Mills and Matthew King. Lane 6, Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey and Jim Curtis. And lane 7, Kings High School 1, Magnus Heafy and Sean Brosnan. So Shirley Boys High School number 1, Tim and Sam, leading quite comfortably from Mount Aspiring College, who have been prominent today. Alongside Mount Aspiring College, Kings High School will be in 3rd position. So 1st and 2nd to go through. Strong start from Shirley Boys. And Mount Aspiring would be looking like they're lining up for 2nd. They're under pressure though from Kings High School. Then back we go to Cromwell College. Nice finishing coming down from Shirley Boys High School number 3. In fact, Shirley Boys High School number 3 are starting to move through Mount Aspiring College. So Shirley Boys will be eyeing up a 1-2 if they can continue that. So that's Tim Chapman and Sam Clark. We'll be wanting to put a bit more effort in. Lockie and Joel doing, Tim and Sam are in Shirley Boys High School 1. They've got this under control. It's Lockie and Joel down there in lane 3 for Shirley Boys 3, who now look like they might have moved ahead of Mount Aspiring, so good for Shirley to be 1-2. So Shirley Boys High School 1 from Shirley Boys High School 3 out to Mount Aspiring College. Then we go back inside to Cromwell College and then further out to Kings High School. So 150 metres to go for the Shirley Boys 3 crew if they want to get the 2nd position. This is where the race will come from. Shirley Boys High School 1 have got it under control. Cromwell College have just lifted their rating. You'll need to do the same too, Shirley, because otherwise Cromwell will get a run on and you'll miss out. So Shirley number 1 comes down in with 75 metres to go. The Shirley 3 crew have just lifted as well. They've sensed what was happening with Cromwell. Cromwell have gone up again. This will be a nice finish between these crews because Mount Aspiring's not out of it either. So 1 and 2 to go through. Shirley have claimed the number 1. Where's the 2nd going to come from? It's still Shirley Boys High School number 3 down here in lane 3, but they need to watch what's happening with Cromwell College and King's High School. But it's Shirley Boys High School number 3. They are all a canvas. It's going to come from them a Mount Inspiring. It could be closer than that as they come down to the line. Shirley have put the extras in. So 1-2 to Shirley. They go through to the A final, followed by Mount Inspiring. And then it was Cromwell College and a nice finish over the line. Cromwell and Mount Inspiring will go through to the B final. Shirley 1-2 through to the A final. That's the under 17 double sculls heat number 2. Those gentlemen have also gone through in 3:25. Boys under 17 double sculls heat 3. They're halfway through the course. Wakatipu High School lane 2. Wakatipu High School 3. Harry Sito, Hugo Johnson lane 3. Ashburton College 1. Isaac Carr, Henry Wallace lane 4. Wakatipu number 2 who are leading. T.Y. Saxton and Will Donovan. Just from Nelson College 1. Buster Jennings and Jackson Taylor. 1 and 2 go through. It'll come from those two. Lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 1, Mackay Sparks and Max Henry Clayton. And lane 7, St Bede's College number 2, William McIntyre and Leighton Carr. But it's happening with Wakatipu and Nelson College. They're right next to each other. They'll take the 1 and 2. 3 and 4 looks like it will be down to Timaru Boys High, who are third at the moment, from Wakatipu number 3. Pretty clear cut for them. So just a matter of who's going to blink first between Wakatipu and Nelson College. And being boys, one of them will want to win. They've gone together. They're not much in it, but Nelson College just ahead of Wakatipu. With a little bit extra there, Wakatipu, you're going to save it for the final. Nelson just starting to pull ahead. Half a canvas in that as they go over the line to Nelson College to win from Wakatipu number 2. And then we come back to third place. We'll go to Timaru Boys High School 1. Fourth will be Wakatipu number 3 down here in lane 2. And they'll go through, well, they won't go through the B final. I got that wrong. And it's the next two fastest. So we do know that 1 and 2 go through to the A final. The rest will be waiting to see what the fastest times are. And have they gone through in 3:25? No, they've gone through in 3:27. Next up, we have got from the 1,000 metre mark, because of the conditions up top, race 45, the girls under 17 single sculls. So they're just going to lining those ladies up into position. Lane 1, Timaru Girls High School 1, Heidi B. Lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Kate Spriggs. Lane 3, Wakatipu High School 2, Olivia Key. Lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan. Lane 5, St Kevin's College 1, April Linares Fontana. Lane 6, Avonside Girls High School 1, Livy Greaves. And lane 7, James Hargest College 1, Caitlin Whittaker. You can see them lined up there. There's a scratching in lane 8, which is Cashmere. Just waiting for Heidi B from Timaru's High School to perhaps get up into line and give herself a chance and not into row any further than the rest of them. Starters will do their best to get them in as good a line as they can. Give everybody an even chance. So girls under 17 single sculls, 1 and 2 through to the A final. Just waiting for lane 4 to move up. And they're away. So first heat of the girls under 17 single sculls. There are 4 heats of this. And these are our final races for the day. So 4 races to go. And the girls under 17 single sculls are them. So as they head down the course, Dunstan High School, it's Pippi Horan out in front this early stage from April from St Kevin's College. James Hargis out in the outside lane. Caitlin Whittaker doing a great job there with Libby Greaves from Avonside just inside of her. And then we come back to Cromwell College, Kate Spriggs. And inside of her is from Timaru Girls, Heidi B. So there's Wakatipu, just missing Wakatipu. So good start there for Dunstan and James Hargist. So Dunstan at the moment, Pippi Horan, then April from St Kevin's College, then Libby Greaves from Avonside. Looks like they've moved out 2 lanes, those 2 scullers. It's just a bit confusing because of the gap, but they're all there. And James Hargis is in the outside lane. So it is still Pippi Horan starting to move and groove as she comes down the course, taking April from St Kevin's with her. And then it will be on the outside lane, probably to James Hargis College, Caitlin Whitaker. Those are your 3, although Caitlin from James Hargis is really battling with Avonside's Libby Greaves. That could be your 3 and 4, but it's definitely Pippi Horan in front from April from St Kevin's. April know that if she sticks with Pippi, she's got a great chance of getting through in the 1-2 to the A final. So in this particular one, the under-17 girls single sculls, it is 1-2 through to the A final and 3-4 through to the B final. Not what Ian made up. 2 boat lengths in front now is Pippi Horan from Dunstan, looking stronger and stronger as she goes down the course. St Kevin's second, outside 2 Avonside girls, then James Hargis would be 4th now. So that's a good row there coming from Libby Greaves out of Avonside girls. She's moved past the strong starting Caitlin Whitaker. Then we come down on the inside lane. It is Wakatipu, Olivia Key, back inside 2 Timaru Girls High School, and then back to Cromwell. But it's all Pippi Horan now. That'll be 4 boat lengths as she moves through. 250 metres to go. You'll see that coming up on your screens now. There you go. 3 or 4 boat lengths in front of Libby Greaves from Avonside Girls. Sorry, from April from St Kevin's, and then out to Libby from Avonside Girls. Looking very strong and relishing these conditions is Pippi. Second heat is underway. We'll bring you that shortly as we come down to the finish here. Pippi Horan, 120 metres to go. 3 boat length lead from April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's College, who is second. And then we come across to, it looks much like it is Libby Greaves from Avonside Girls, and then back across to Olivia Key from Wakatipu. So it'll be through to the A final as they finish as they are now. Will be Pippi Horan from Dunstan, along with April from St Kevin's. And then 3-4 into the B final is going to be Olivia from Wakatipu, and then the outside lane to Libby from Avonside Girls. That looks pretty much how this one's going to finish. We go to the next race, which is heading towards halfway. Under 17 single sculls, heat number 2. Lane 1, Marion College 1, Imogen Lang. Lane 2, Queen's High School 1, Ella Edwards. Lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Christy Foster. Lane 4 is St Andrews College 2, Freddie Todhunter. In lane 5, Craighead Diocesan 2, Paige Butler Beard. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School 1, Isla Merriman. In lane 7, Cromwell College 1, Greer Ferguson. And in lane 8, Burnside High School 1, Charlotte Carey. It's happening out of lane 3, which is St Hilda's Collegiate, and that is Christy Foster, who is in second position because leading is Freddie Todhunter from St Andrews College number 2. Outside of St Andrews is Craighead Diocesan, who will be a little bit further back. And then from her is Otago Girls. So those are the 4 that are looking likely. So it's certainly Freddie Todhunter. Then we come down to Ella Edwards, Queen's High School. Is not there by the look of it. Was Marion not there? Hard to tell. But what we can tell is that Freddie Todhunter has got this under control from St Andrews. Then it's a lineup outside of her between Paige Butler Beard from Craighead Diocesan, Isla Merriman from Otago Girls High, and then back inside to Christy Foster from St Hilda's Collegiate. So 1 and 2 to go through. Freddie will get one of them. That first heat for the ladies went through in 3:42. And the under-17 single sculls. Freddie Todhunter, 50 metres to go. At Craighead Diocesan is second, Paige Butler Bear, but she'll need to watch on the outside of her Isla Merriman, who's her biggest challenge. She's still got half a boat length on her and she'll want to go away. She's just picked up a couple of notches there. Across the line goes Freddie Todhunter from St Andrews to go straight through the A final, and joining her will be Paige Butler from Craighead Diocesan. Through to the B final is Christy Foster from St Hilda's, joining Isla Merriman from Otago Girls. 2 races to go, team. They've gone through in 4:09, so much quicker that heat than a little bit slower than the previous one. Third heat is on the field. Under 17 single sculls. Heat 3. 1 and 2 go through the A final. 3 and 4 to the B final. Lane 1, Wakatipu High School 3, Olivia Bissett. Lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Olivia P. Bunga. Lane 3, Southland Girls High School 1, Caitlin Tatai. Lane 4, Craighead Dawson, Elsie Talbot. Expect some action to come from there. Lane 5, Wakatipu 1, which is Neve Bates. In lane 6, Avonside Girls High School 3, Andy Shui. Lane 7 is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Georgia Marsh. And in lane 8, out there is from St Margaret's College 1, Ruby Hardacre. But coming through the middle of it all is Craighead Dicers and Elsie Talbot. She's had a strong season. Called that name a lot, and she would be 2 boat lengths in front of anybody else here at the moment. She's back inside, even there, isn't it? Wakatipu. Wakatipu haven't started by the look of this. No, it's Cromwell. Cromwell and Southland Girls in a lineup with Wakatipu, number 1 in lane 5. Then Avonside Girls in lane 6, and then out to St Margaret's College, lane 8. This will be a close finish for that second position at this stage. So 1 and 2 to go through, 3 and 4 to the B final. It is still Elsie Talbot leading in lane 4 from Craighead Diocesan. And then we come across into Cromwell College in lane 2 would probably be second at this stage. She needs to watch though, because in lane 5 is Wakatipu High School. That is Neve Bates. And then we go right out to St Margaret's, Ruby Hardacre. I'm sorry, that's Georgia Marsh in lane 7, so we haven't got lane 8 either by the look of it. Oh, yes, she's just a bit further back. They've swapped lanes. The joys of a 1K start. Just start where you can. But look at this from Elsie Talbot. Should be 3 boat lengths ahead of Wakatipu. So Wakatipu and Cromwell and Christchurch Girls High School fighting for that second position. Elsie Talbot's going to take it. If she keeps rowing like this, that's going to be a nice tidy win for her. But what's going to happen in second position? Wakatipu looking stronger. That is Neve Bates. She started to lift things and started to get a bit of a run on her boat. Down here in lane number 2, we've got Cromwell College, Olivia. She's looking as though she wants to give it a nudge too. She's definitely going to get third. On the very outside lane, Georgia Marsh. Gee, she looks a long way out there, doesn't she? It is Craighead Dicerson though, Elsie Talbot, about to head over the line and comfortably take this heat, this third heat of the girls under 17 single sculls. She's through to that A final, and a nice, powerful finish from Neve Bates. Wakatipu will make sure that she gets the second position and joins her in the A final. Third through to the B final is Olivia down here from Cromwell College. And then right in the outside lane, look at that over there, is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Georgia Marsh will go through to that B final. One more race to go this afternoon, team. 4:05 they went through. So race 48 due to go anytime soon. They're there, they're away. So let's have a look and see who we've got. We'll see how many have turned up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost a full field. So lane 1, Avonside Girls High School 1, Ruby Lewis. Lane 2, Ron Carley College 1, Molly Phillips. Lane 3, Columba College 1, Laura Samont. Lane 4, Otago Girls High School 2, Harriet Thompson. Lane 5, Onslow College 1, Tessa Thompson. Lane 6, Cashmere High School 1, Madeline Ogg. Lane 7, St Hoyles Collegiate 2, Peter Erickson. And in lane 8, Otago Girls High School 3, which is Olivia Caulfield. They're all away cleanly, which is great to see. It looks like they might not be all there though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They should be. So Harriet Thompson away strongly in lane 4. She's from Otago Girls High School. Then outside of her, Onslow College, Tessa Thompson. And then outside of her again, Madeline Ogg from Cashmere. And then St Hilda's Collegiate 2. That's where the mix is at the moment. 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. 3 and 4 through to the B final. So Onslow College from Otago Girls High School. Good row coming down lane 1 from Avonside Girls High School, Ruby Lewis. Just trying to sneak through in that sleeper lane. Outside of her is Ron Carley College. and just behind those two would be Columba College 1. Then we go across and we can see that is Otago Girls High School number 2, Harriet Thompson, who's still rowing strongly. She'd be second position from Onslow College, Tessa Thompson. Back outside of her and probably in third position would be Cashmere High School's Madeline Ogg. And then we go out to Otago Girls High School number 3, which is Olivia Caulfield. As they head through 300, past the 500, they're in about 400 metres to go. It is Harriet Thompson who's really starting to make a move on Onslow College. Those two are in front. Avonside Girls not out of it. 3 and 4 is going to be interesting here. Cashmere is still racing strongly in the outside. Well, it's harder in those outside lanes, but it's Onslow College and Otago Girls looking odds on to take these 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. Avonside still not out of it. Then Columba College has moved through on Roncalli College. So it is Avonside Girls and Columba moving together. Those have moved past Cashmere. In fact, Laura Simmer in Columba College just taken her rating up a piece, and she looks like she's trying to challenge on Avonside and take herself through to at least the B final. So Otago Girls High School, though, Harriet Thompson has moved past Onslow College. So those two 1-2. Harriet's growing stronger as the race goes on. So looking at that now, though, Onslow College, the way they're starting to slip back, they'll need to watch Columba College in lane 3, who's moving quite strongly. She's moved through ahead of Avonside Girls, and she would start to challenge Onslow if she keeps moving like that. It's still Harriet Thompson, though, from Otago Girls High School 2, looking strong to take this out. And across there, Tessa Thompson from Onslow has just had a look across. She can see that Laura from Columba's on her way, and she needs to keep moving if she wants to hold her off. But it's Otago Girls High School number 2. Harriet Thompson. 100 metres to go. There she goes. She'll head through. So Onslow, she's just looked across again, has Tessa, and she's seen what was happening from Columba. She's lifted things. She still needs to move, because if Columba, Laura can just lift her hand speed just a little bit, she's still got time. Yeah, she's still watching. You can see Tessa from Onslow just looking across. She's worried about what's happening out there. Across the line now goes Harriet Thompson, but it's Onslow and Columba. Onslow's still in front by half a boat length. Columba, you're finishing strongly, but you might have left it a wee bit late. Yep, through she goes to the A final as Onslow. Tessa goes, they've finished now, you can stop rowing. So third is Columba, and then lane 1 down here, Avonside Girls, Ruby Lewis gets herself through to that B final and brings to a conclusion. What have they gone through? And they've gone through in 4 minutes flat and some change. So that was the fastest of those 4 under 17 single scull heats. And that brings to a conclusion our program for this afternoon of what is basically day 1 of the South Island Secondary School Championships. Thank you to all of those who are watching at home on the live stream. And if you haven't done so previously, could you please just hit the subscribe button on YouTube? That helps us all. We look forward to your company tomorrow morning, bright and early. And we'll do it all again. And hopefully we'll have a good day's rowing here at Lake Ruataniwha for the South Island Secondary Schools Rowing Championships.
All over South Canterbury.
The Breakfast Club with Lana, Gary and Adam in the morning.
JJ and Flinny drive you home.
More FM.